Good afternoon, everyone. I'd like to call everybody to order. This is the Jersey City Planning Meeting of June 14th, 2022. And without further ado, we'll start with Cameron.
All right. Good evening, everyone. So today is Tuesday, June 14th, 2022. This is a Jersey City Planning Board meeting with the scheduled 5:30 p.m. start time. This planning board meeting is being held virtually as a video conference that is open to the public. In accordance with the Open Public Meeting Act, notice of this meeting has been given to the editor of the Jersey Journal, the Jersey City Reporter, and posted with the city clerk on June 9th. This meeting was also posted on the Jersey City Division of City Planning webpage, and all distribution materials made available to the board were published and available to the public.
Thank you, Cameron. Before we go into roll call, can you all join me in the Pledge of Allegiance, please? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Guys, I know I did that a little different. Now we'll go into roll call.
Okay. Commissioner, Acting Vice Chair, Commissioner Gangadin.
Here.
Commissioner Green.
Here.
Commissioner Allen.
Yeah.
Commissioner Dr. Desai.
Yeah.
And Acting Chairman, Dr. Gonzalez.
Here.
Okay, we have 5 commissioners present. We have a quorum.
Thank you, sir. Matt?
Do you mean me?
Yeah,
All right. I see Liz,
I did mean you.
Francisco, Cameron, and Matt and Tim. Do you guys swear that any testimony you give tonight is going to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you.
It's gonna be a long night, guys. Okay, so we have any correspondence? Cam?
Yes, we do have correspondence. So in addition to the 2 items already listed on the agenda as adjourned, those would be found under item 6, adjournments. We also have 3 items requesting to be carried with preservation of notice to June 28th planning board meeting. So
Cameron, I thought it was 2 items.
Okay, correct. There is the tentativeness to item 20. Thank you for correcting me. Okay, so 2 items. That is case item 11, case P21-081. Address is 743 Grand Street. That is to be carried to June 28th with preservation of notice. Again, item 11, case number P21-081 with address 743 Grand Street. The second item to be carried with preservation of notice is item 15, case P22-066. These are the proposed amendments to the Tidewater Basin redevelopment plan. That is to be carried to June 28th. And that is it.
Okay, and then just so that everybody, if you guys are out there, the adjournments that Cam talked about are case P21-030, address 369-371 Whitten Street. That's been carried to June 28th. And then the other one is case P104, address 503 to 509 Communipaw Avenue. That's also been carried to June 28th with preservation of notice. Just in case anybody's out there trying to hear these cases, those have been moved. Anything
So
else?
just for everybody in the public, if you were here on one of those 4 cases and you got a notice that the meeting was scheduled to be heard tonight, you are not going to get another notice in the certified mail or in the mail or see it in the newspaper. So this is your notice. If you're here for any one of those 4 applications that have just been called, those will be heard on the June 28th meeting with no further notice being provided.
Thank you, counsel. Okay,
Thank
we'll
you,
move on
Chair.
to old business. This is, call up case P22-074. This is for 3 one-year extensions, address 16 Front Street.
Okay, so I do not see their attorney in the participants. I do not see anyone here representing this case present.
If anyone is here representing this case, we'll move on, but just raise your hand for us. Somebody else. Otherwise, I think what we'll do is move on to the second one. It's case P22-023 for a 3-year site plan extension, address 622 to 628 Summit Avenue.
Okay, I do see Mr. Harrington. I'm going to promote Mr. Harrington.
Thank you, Ken. Mr. Harrington, are you there? We see a blank black screen. There you go.
There you go. Thanks. For some reason, it takes a while for me to get back on when I'm promoted as a panelist.
No worries, sir.
So, but yeah, sorry. So yeah, for the record, Charles Harrington of Connell Foley on behalf of the applicant. For this matter, we are here tonight to request a three-year extension or 3 one-year extensions to this approval. It was approved in February of 2020, so just before the pandemic hit. So there, has been a little bit of a slowdown as a result of that in the last 2 years. What I can represent to you, though, is my clients are actually working on their construction drawings now. We actually hope to be back before this board shortly with some tweaks as we move forward towards construction. So although we are asking for 3 years as part of this extension, we are hoping to be, or my client is hoping to be in the ground before the end of the year. So we're just kind of asking for the additional time as kind of a belt and suspenders.
Okay. And do you have any, you don't have any witnesses or anything, right, Mr. Harrington?
No, it is pretty straightforward as to, the reasoning as to what I just expressed.
Perfect. Okay, just making sure. Does anyone have any questions for Mr. Harrington?
No.
Okay, so at this point, I'll open it up to the public. Is there anyone here to speak about case P22-023? This is 622 to 628 Summit Ave. Anyone from the public?
Chair, see no more public. I would like to move to close the public portion.
Public portion is closed. Okay, anything else? Who's this? Mr. Timothy?
No.
Okay, I'll entertain a motion.
Chair, I'd like to make a motion to approve case P22-023 as presented to the board.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. I'll take a roll call.
Acting Vice Chair, Commissioner Gongadin,
Yes.
Commissioner Allen,
Aye.
Commissioner Dr. Desai, Commissioner Green. You're muted.
I'm sorry, aye.
And Acting Chair, Dr. Gonzalez.
Aye.
All in favor, motion passes.
Thank you, Timothy. I'm still
you.
looking for Mr. Thank you, Chuck, Mr. Harrington. Still looking for Mr. Grant.
Yeah, I've promoted Francis Regan in the meantime.
Okay, let me go to the next case then. I'll call up case P22-076. This is a 1-year site plan extension. Address is 201 Erie Street. And we have Mr. Regan here.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Frank Regan here on behalf of the applicant HP Lincoln Urban Renewal. And as the chairman mentioned, we're seeking a one-year extension on an approval that was granted back in August of 2020. I could use the same reasons that that Mr. Harrington just put forth for the request. But in addition to that, I do have an additional request. We've just recently determined that the address that we were using for this application, which is 201 Erie Street, is incorrect. It's actually 545 and 545.5 Manila Avenue. It's a through lot, so it does come on Erie and on Manila Avenue. But to avoid any potential future problems once the applicant submits for building permits and zoning approval prior to that, we would just ask the board's consideration to allow us to amend the resolution to also correct the address. And I have nothing.
Chair, I have no problem with that from a legal standpoint. I'm sure Mr. Regan will verify that it is block 8603, lot 3.
Yes, I apologize. I should have done that. The block and lot was has not changed. It is the block and lot that was subject to the original approval in 2020.
Thank you, Mr. Regan.
Thank you, Mr. Regan. I see there's no problem in amending that resolution, having been counseled by our counsel. Okay, you don't have anyone else with you?
I do not.
Perfect. I'll call up public, case P22-076, opening up public. If there's anyone here to speak about 201 Erie Street, also known as 545-545.5 Manila Ave. Any public?
Chair, see there is no one from the public. I would like to close the public portion.
Okay, public is now closed. Thank you, guys. And Timothy again.
Planning approves the extension.
Thank you. I'll entertain a motion.
Chair, I'd like to make a motion to approve case P22-076 as presented to the board this evening with the amended address as well.
Second.
Motion made and seconded.
Acting Vice Chair Gongan.
Aye.
Commissioner Allen,
Aye.
Commissioner Dr. Desai,
Aye.
Commissioner Green,
Aye.
and Acting Chair Dr. Gonzalez.
Aye.
All in favor, motion passes.
Thank you
Thank
very
you,
much.
guys.
Good night.
Thank you, Mr. Regan.
Thank you.
Council, Lampy, do we move on to new business or what do we do here? Because my inkling,
so what we're going to do is, for the purposes of the agenda, case P22-074, we are going to reserve the right to hear it at a later point in the evening. If and when Mr. Grant happens to appear, we'll give him some time in case there was a delay due to technical difficulties or whatever the potential delay was. And if we don't get to hear from Mr. Grant by the end of the evening, we can carry that matter as opposed to dismissing it. Or if the chair prefers, I think it's a little premature since it's only been 15 minutes into the meeting. But if at a certain point, Mr. Grant does not join the meeting, the board and the chair can move to carry it to another hearing date so as to not dismiss it, but to just move it to another hearing date. I'd prefer to keep it, but if there are people from the public interested, I don't want to keep them here unnecessarily.
Correct. I'm okay with that. I'll reserve the right to hear it later. Appreciate the input there, sir.
And perhaps, Mr. Chair, at some point further down, we can poll the public if anybody's here on it.
Okay. I will definitely do that. Thank you. All right, we'll move on to new business for now. Number 9 on the agenda, this is review and discussion of Kent Jackman as a certified artist. Formal action may be taken.
Yeah, so, planning staff just gives a brief description of the criteria that Mr. Jackman meets, and he meets criteria 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yep, not much else to cover. He
Awesome.
meets the criteria of the artist certification board.
Okay. Thank you, Cameron. I'll go ahead and open it up for the public. Anyone here to speak about the review and discussion of Mr. Jackman as a certified artist? Okay,
Chair, seeing that there's no more public, I would like to close the public portion.
okay, public portion is now closed. Cameron, you obviously
Can
are,
we get a second?
oh, did we get a second? Sorry.
Second. I thought you were seconding it yourself.
I'm hearing things. Sure. Oh, boy, Commissioner Allen, thanks, appreciate it. So the public is now closed. And Cameron, you're obviously are okay with this.
Yes, planning staff recommends certifying Mr. Jackman as a certified artist.
Okay,
Chair, I'd like to make a motion to approve Ken Jackman as a certified artist for the city of Jersey City.
Second.
motion made and seconded. Take roll call.
All right, Acting Vice Chair Gangadin,
Aye.
Commissioner Green,
Aye.
Commissioner Allen,
Aye.
Commissioner Dr. Desai,
Aye.
Acting Chair Dr. Gonzalez.
Congratulations to Mr. Jackman. I vote aye.
Okay, motion carries, all in favor.
Okay, we'll move on to the next. I don't see and no raising of the hand by Mr. Grant yet, so we'll move on. Case case P22-019. This is for preliminary and final major site plan with C variances. The address is 245 12th Street. And I believe,
Promoting Mr.
yeah, I'm sorry, we're promoting Mr. Joseph.
Chairman, I had indicated to the board prior to tonight's hearing that I do have a conflict with respect to this case P22-019. As has been our practice in the past, if the applicant is okay with it, the board can proceed without my guidance. I know that Ms. Opper is the review planner and has reviewed the application. So with that, if the board is comfortable and the applicant are comfortable, I have to recuse, and you can either proceed or it would have to be rescheduled to another hearing when we can have substitute counsel sit in on the application if everybody cannot move forward tonight.
Okay, very well. Mr. Joseph, are you okay with that?
No objection from the applicant.
Okay, perfect. Council, we'll see you in a bit.
Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you.
Okay, great. Stephen Joseph for the applicant. Can we confirm that notices have been received?
Ms. Hopper?
Yeah, I guess Liz.
Yes, I confirm receipt of notice.
Great. Guess we'll mark that as A1 and we'll jump right into it. So this is it's not a complicated application from a use point of view, but we have a lot of experts this evening because of the site conditions. This is 245 12th Street. It's located right on the corner of 12th and Jersey Avenue. This is the entrance right into the Holland Tunnel. It's in the commercial strip district of the Jersey Avenue 10th Street redevelopment plan. It's an existing multi-use gas station and car wash. It's going to be another multi-use gas station, restaurant, drive-through restaurant, and a convenience store. All those uses are permitted in this zone. And it's a common use along the stretch going right into the Holland Tunnel. But because of the Holland Tunnel, Port Authority also has jurisdiction over 12th Street. So they've reviewed ingress, egress, curb cuts, the parking queue, everything about the traffic going on and off of the site. We do have a traffic engineer that'll go into more detail on that a little later on tonight. We are requesting some variances here because of the nature of the use, the gas station, oil tanks being underground. There's a lot of impervious surface. So we do have a variance for the minimum green area ratio. We did the best we could with that, but we came up a little bit short. And when we go through the civil plans, you'll see the unique conditions to the site. We're also voluntarily increasing some of the impervious surface of the site to provide some pedestrian egress around some of the Port Authority signs. And you'll see that in the plans. They obstruct the sidewalk. So we're helping with that condition a little bit. That's the first variance. Second variance is the maximum lot coverage. They're related to one another. We have waivers, design waivers and exceptions for the illumination along the property line, minimum number of street trees, and maximum number of exterior signs on the site. We do have 4 experts this evening. We want to be thorough. So we have a civil engineer, we have a traffic engineer, we have an architect, and we have planning testimony to round off our presentation. So if anybody has not been promoted that's on the team, please hit the raise hand button at this point. And Mike from Stonefield will be first this evening. We usually start with architectural, but in this case, because of the site conditions, we are going to start with civil. So let's get Mike sworn in and take a look at what we're dealing with.
Council, do you have Eric Lipens?
Yeah.
Council?
Yep. So Eric is he's our architect. We have
Okay.
Carolyn, and Andrew. I see promoted already as our traffic engineer.
Okay, everybody should be up there.
Thank you, Cameron.
Wonderful.
Okay.
All right, Michael, I'm going to swear you in. All right, if you could raise your right hand. You swear any testimony you give tonight is going to be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth.
I do.
And for the record, could you state and spell your name, please?
Michael Pennell, Pannell.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Pennell, have you been certified as a expert witness by us before?
I have not been before you guys before now.
We'll just need some of your basic education to qualify you.
Yep, Michael Pennell, Stonefield Engineering, 92 Park Avenue, Rutherford, New Jersey. I graduated from Purdue University with a Bachelor of Science in Civil Engineering. And over the past 10 years, I've worked on numerous developments with uses such as the ones in front of you tonight.
Thank you. You're qualified, sir. So you, Mr. Joseph.
Great. Mike, so you could go ahead and share your screen and walk us through the civil plans.
So just to familiarize everybody, this is the aerial map that is located on sheet C1 of our cover sheet. That's the site plan submitted to the board dated April 26th, 2022. The project site is located at the southeast corner of 12th Street and Jersey Avenue and is surrounded by commercial uses as part of the commercial strip district of the 10th Street redevelopment plan, last amended in February of 2013. The site itself is bounded by 12th Street to the north, Jersey Avenue to the west, the BP gas station to the east, and a private parking lot to the south. The existing site is currently developed with a convenience store, accompanied by a 9 MPD gas canopy and a self-service car wash. The gas canopy itself extends across the eastern drive aisle of the site and is connected to the existing convenience store structure. The site is primarily impervious with small pockets of open space provided around the perimeter of the site. Access to the site is provided via 2 driveways to 12th Street. At the western curb cut, you have a right ingress, right egress movement, and at the eastern curb cut, you have a right egress only. Additional access provided from Jersey Avenue via a left ingress, left egress movement. The existing development collects stormwater via a series of on-site inlets and trench drains, which are connected by an underground conveyance system to the immediately adjacent municipal public sewer system. The existing site features 2 freestanding signs adjacent to 12th Street, which is a non-conforming condition. Our proposed development will maintain this existing non-conformity, proposing to add signage to the existing pylon sign adjacent to the eastern curb cut. Our office has developed the proposed application in front of you tonight, utilizing feedback received during our July 2021 pre-application meeting with city staff. During this pre-application meeting, as Mr. Joseph noted, city staff had noted that the latest improvements along 12th Street that Port Authority had installed traffic signal equipment that impeded the use of the existing public sidewalk. As such, city staff asked that our development include an additional on-site sidewalk that connected a pedestrian path from the Jersey Avenue sidewalk to the 12th Street sidewalk. So the proposed site plan shown on sheet C3 of our site plan set, again dated April 26th of 2022. Proposes to demolish the existing convenience store, the existing car wash, remove 3 MPDs from the southern portion of the site and their associated gas canopy, and the gas canopy extension to the existing convenience store. Utilizing the existing developed footprint, a new 1,600 square foot convenience store will be constructed in the location of the existing car wash, and a 1,622 square foot Wendy's with Y lane dual drive-throughs will be constructed in the east portion of the site. The proposed Wendy's restaurant is focused towards pickups and drive-through use and has limited seating provided inside. The existing fuel canopy will be limited to 6 MPDs with 2 fueling stations each to make room for the proposed improvements. The proposed uses will be supported by 11 parking spaces, which are spread throughout the development. Existing curb cuts and openings will be maintained on site, and access will be maintained at the western 12th Street curb cut and the Jersey Avenue curb cut. Due to the width of the existing eastern curb cut, our proposed plan is going to modify access to accommodate both right ingress and right egress movements. As has been noted, 12th Street is under Port Authority jurisdiction, and our office has worked for the past year with Port Authority staff regarding the site improvements. Port Authority's latest correspondence has noted no objection to these improvements and has identified that a right of entry agreement would be needed for any work that might be necessary within their right of way. The proposed improvements will create a 1,504 square foot impervious area increase through the introduction of the ADA walking paths, inclusive of the requested ADA walking path at the northwest corner of the site and the additional drive-through improvements at the southeastern corner of the site. While a minimal impervious coverage variance is required for exceedance of the maximum coverage requirements, the proposed landscaping provides an all-season interest of native plantings that will supplement, refresh, and greatly improve upon the existing plantings on site. Included within these plantings are 3 street trees along Jersey Avenue, which will bring the site into conformance with Jersey Avenue street tree standards. The existing nonconformity for street trees along 12th Street will be maintained due to the necessary sight lines and the limited available space along the frontage. The proposed development disturbs 0.5 acres, classifying it as a major development by city stormwater ordinance, requiring the development to reduce stormwater runoff flows by 50, 75, and 80% in the 2, 10, and 100-year storms respectively to meet quantity requirements. As this site has been developed within a redevelopment area and creates less than a quarter acre of motor vehicle surface area, stormwater recharge and quality requirements are not applicable to this development. To meet the identified stormwater quantity requirements, the proposed redevelopment will collect the majority of stormwater from the disturbed area of the site within roof drains and a proposed pervious pavement basin that utilizes underground stone storage and a 6-inch PVC underdrain per the latest NJDEP green infrastructure standards. The basin will discharge on-site to the existing stormwater infrastructure within the site before discharging to the adjacent stormwater system. The pervious pavement area has been maximized to the upstream drainage areas to limit the interactions between the gas canopy and fuel tank areas. These downstream areas are not suitable for collection within the pervious pavement and will be collected by existing inlets and trench drains that are to remain. The maximized pervious pavement basin and significant landscaping improvements have been utilized to maximize the proposed development's proposed green area ratio. Even with these considerable improvements, the site can only achieve a 0.23 ratio where 0.25 is required. During our development of the site, our team did investigate utilizing green roof and solar panels to further this ratio. However, due to the limited building square footage and the required rooftop mechanical equipment, the convenience store and Wendy's roof areas were deemed insufficient to meet the green area ratio requirements. Our project team also made preliminary investigations of the existing gas canopy, which deemed the retrofitting of the canopy infeasible due to the required conduit and piping improvements and the limited access available for maintenance of those types of improvements. The proposed plan provides a significant improvement over the minimal green area ratio provided in existing conditions. All existing lighting outside of the canopy will be removed and replaced with new LED fixtures. 7 light poles, all fitted with back shielding technology and directed into the site, are proposed at 20-foot mounting heights. 4 additional building mounted lights are provided along the building entry facades facing the gas canopy at 18 feet. The lighting on site will create a maximum illumination variance at the 12th Street property line due to the existing canopy security lights. It should be noted that these lights are downlit and do not provide direct glare into the passing traffic along 12th Street. The proposed lighting design is in compliance and is in sufficient security illumination with standards for proposed uses of this nature. Deliveries for Wendy's are provided twice per week from 12 a.m. to 5 a.m. and on an as-needed basis for the gas station from 11 p.m. to 5 a.m. Trash pickup will be conducted twice per week by a private hauler between 6 and 8 a.m. Existing utilities will be reutilized to the maximum extent possible, and all utilities have been identified and are readily adjacent to the site. Our office has obtained approvals from Hudson Essex Passaic SCD and an exemption from Hudson County. As previously noted, Port Authority has provided correspondence and no exception is taken to the proposed site improvements, and our team will enter into a right of entry agreement if necessary. The project has been submitted to NJDP and is under review with no comments received at this time. Our office has reviewed the letter provided by the city's Division of Engineering dated June 9th, 2022, and we take no exceptions to the comments and will address them accordingly. As a whole, we feel the permitted use presented tonight has been designed with the necessary supporting improvements to further the intention of the commercial strip district.
Great. Thanks, Mike. The only question I have for you is about the illumination, the small deviation waiver that we have there. Can you identify the area that's in?
Yes, it is right up here along the 12th Street right
Along
away.
12th Street, so not adjacent to any residential zones.
Nope.
Okay, great. All right, so that's our civil testimony. If the board has any questions for Mike, our traffic engineer would be next.
Do we have any questions?
I do have a question for Mike.
Go ahead, Doctor.
How many parkings are there for Wendy's restaurant? And how many parkings for the convenience store?
All parking will be shared and it's 11 total. So the Wendy's has a very limited indoor seating capacity at
And
this
the-
site.
Okay.
Yeah, the intention along 12th Street, I think for any of the drive-throughs, whether it's the McDonald's down the block or this Wendy's, is to capture that traffic going into the Holland Tunnel. So it's designed to capture that drive-through traffic on the way.
And the entrance to the Wendy's and convenience store is safe for people to go in and come out?
Yes, there is curbing along both that protects them from vehicle traffic.
Anything else, Dr. Desai?
No, that's it.
Okay. Anyone else have any questions for Mr. Pennell? Okay.
Great. All right, let's get Andrew sworn in and give some traffic testimony.
Hi, Andrew.
Andrew, there you are.
Good evening. I'll swear in if you raise your right hand. Do you swear any testimony you give tonight is going to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
For the record, could you state and spell your name, please?
My name is Andrew Valeri. It's spelled V as in Victor, I-L-L-A-R-I.
Thank you.
Great. And Andrew, have you testified before this board in the past?
I have.
And your license is current and in good standing?
Yes, my professional engineering license is in good standing.
Thank you. You're qualified.
Wonderful. So as Mr. Pennell mentioned, this is a quite a unique location for Jersey City. This is on the entrance ramp into the Holland Tunnel. It's not every day that we have a project that has 6 lanes of traffic in front of it, 50,000 vehicles a day that are all heading towards the tunnel. So this is very, I guess, atypical for what may be in front of this board. This corridor, though, it's very well known, I'm sure, to all the board members. There's a series of gas stations. There's a series of convenience stores, fast food establishments, and this is essentially a modification for the first one when you approach this quarter. As you come down the hill from the Turnpike extension, this is the first one that you see coming up on your right-hand side. What the board should know is that, as Mr. Pennell mentioned, we've worked extremely closely with the Port Authority, who has jurisdiction of 12th Street for about a year. As recent as January of this year, the Port Authority did confirm that they had no further comments on the application. And since no modifications are proposed in the public right-of-way, there's nothing further that's needed. Although if we were to ever need to do something in the right-of-way for construction, we would, of course, let the Port Authority know. So at this point, we're in a very good shape with the Port Authority. They took a very close look at the traffic impact study that we had prepared. We did a very comprehensive analysis of the site generated traffic with respect to the traffic flows along 12th Street. So I'll get into that in just a minute, but what's really important to keep in mind here is what's existing on this site versus what's proposed. Essentially, we are going to be reducing the size of this gas station by 1/3. We're going to keep the first 6 fueling pumps closest to 12th Street and then trimming the canopy back from the rear towards the south. We're going to be relocating the convenience store, which is presently in the east. We're going to relocate that to the south. And then we're going to be swapping the drive-through car wash with a drive-through Wendy's establishment. And that's a very standard accommodation for this corridor. About 2 blocks down, or I'm sorry, 2 properties down, 1 block further east, there is a McDonald's that has the drive-through to the rear of a Shell station. And this is essentially the same project as that. So comparing what's existing versus what proposed, a lot of the same is proposed as what's there. It's going to get a major facelift, though. It's going to be a beautiful Wendy's building, a new convenience store. Canopy would be redone. The site would be redone. There'd be a ton of new landscaping and green space, as Mr. Pennell mentioned. So a lot of the same, but a lot better. What's also interesting with these types of uses is that they have 2 things in common. They share a lot of traffic, meaning that someone may stop here on their way into the tunnel, get gas before you get to New York. They could also decide to go through the Wendy's drive-through, get a cup of coffee, and then they keep going east. So you have 2 trips. It's only 1 car, though. It's not like someone came and left for the 2 separate trips. They're sharing traffic. You see people that get gas, they leave their car, they run into the convenience store to get a bottle of water. It's the concept of shared traffic. Also, what I think is extremely unique here is the notion of what's called pass-by traffic. So people don't really go too far out of their way to go to a gas station. They pretty much go to what's ever on their way. It's a stop along the way as opposed to a real destination. So studies show that gas station and convenience store developments generate predominantly pass-by traffic. Almost 90% of traffic is pass-by, meaning that there's not extra cars that are going to go through this intersection. It's pretty much predominantly going to be served by people that are heading east, getting into the tunnel. In this case, I think that number is going to be close to 100%, just looking at where the site's located and the proximate destinations. So we did a full traffic impact study with traffic counts, level of service analysis, which I'm sure the board is familiar with. The Port Authority looked at it all in depth. What's important to keep in mind is that the comparison of what's existing versus proposed, the net increase in traffic is not all that great. Also, the majority of the traffic is going to be already passing along the site frontage, and we do have 50,000 vehicles a day that are going past here. So it's not like we're increasing, you know, the amount of traffic that's going to be going here. We're just drawing off of it. When you do a comparative analysis of the level of service at the proposed site driveways, we find that the project would not have a significant adverse impact on traffic operations. We find that the driveways would continue to operate similarly as they do today. And as I mentioned, the Port Authority is on board with this type of application. One point I'd like to just comment on regarding the green area ratio calculation, and it's not necessarily about the green area ratio, but it's about something green, it's about landscaping. We are requesting a waiver for the total amount of street trees required. There are no street trees proposed along 12th Street. That's the entrance ramp to the Holland Tunnel. We don't really think that street trees are appropriate. In my professional opinion as a traffic engineer, I do actually think that it may impede some sight lines for vehicles entering the driveways and exiting the driveways. So that's why we are requesting a waiver from this board for street trees. But as Mr. Pennell mentioned, we do have street trees along Jersey Avenue. So it's not like we're not proposing any trees. There's quite a few that are proposed. So in conclusion, I just want to thank the board for the time. I think that this is a great application that brings this property, which is a little bit dilapidated, up to a modern standard, bringing, you know, an amenity to the traveling public through the area without having a significant traffic impact. I'd be happy to answer any questions from Mr. Joseph or from the board members.
I don't have a question. I guess I just want to, I know that area as you're coming out, you're going to be the first gas station to the right as we're coming in, right? So as much as I agree with you about the not increasing traffic, the project maybe, was there consideration made for, as people, you know, see now a Wendy's and they try to turn right, the backup that might provide with people who are, because when you're on that lane, you're going to be committed, right, to turn right. You can either go left or keep going straight. But if you see the Wendy's and you want to turn right, did you guys take into consideration that people on the middle lane may see, I want to go to Wendy's, and then try to get over? That's not increasing traffic per se, but that may be increasing the congestion that's occurring on the right side.
I think I understand the comment. You're talking when you come down the hill, you may be in not the rightmost lane, you're in the middle lane, but you see Wendy's in the distance and you say, you know, you want to stop and get something. That's actually the reason that we are requesting it's the reason we're requesting one of our signage variances, Chair Dr. Gonzalez. One of the signs that's furthest east and I guess closest to 12th Street, it's an existing non-conforming sign, and we are actually proposing to add on to it to get a Wendy's insignia on that pylon sign. But the idea there is to get that sign closest to the right of way, so people furthest away on the turnpike extension can see that, and then they can start to change lanes accordingly. We don't want people to see the sign too late and then make any rash decisions. We want them to see it as far in advance as possible. So, you know, we obviously understand the ramifications of intensifying a nonconformity, but it's the reason that we'd like to have the conversation.
Understood. Is that the sign that says "Welcome to Newport" that you're talking about on the pylon?
No, I believe there's an existing Exxon sign.
Oh, okay. Okay, I get it, and I understand your answer. Thank you. Appreciate that. Any other questions for Mr. Valari?
Yes, I have two.
Go ahead, man.
Good evening, Mr. Valari.
Good evening.
I'm having a day. I know you said there was 11 parking spaces. I'm only counting 8. The first question is, where are the 11? And the second question is for pickups. Will this only provide Uber, Lyft, Uber Eats and everything? And will they have like a dedicated spot to run in and run out instead of using one of the 11 parking spaces?
Great. Both great questions, Commissioner Allen. I'd like to share my screen just one more time, explain where the 11 are.
Okay.
Let me just share, and then I can answer your second question as well. Let me know if everybody can see this now.
Yes, we can.
So for the benefit of the record, I'm sharing my screen showing site plan sheet C3 of the latest site plan that was submitted to the board. There are 11 parking spaces total. There's 2 parking spaces that are located just east of the convenience store. And for the benefit of the record, I'm using a markup tool in Bluebeam to outline where these spaces are proposed. The next 6 spaces are located to the west of the property along the Jersey Avenue frontage. And then the last 3 are actually kind of hidden in plain sight. There are these 3 parking spaces that are actually parallel parking spaces. Right now in this area where I just highlighted, that's where there's 3 extra fuel pumps right now, but we're going to trim those away. And then we're going to install a curb island here to basically delineate this is gas, this is convenience store, kind of split the traffic up. And then we're going to put some parking along the south side of that. So that's how we get to 11.
Okay, I see it now. Okay, thank you.
Good. Yeah, it's a little bit hidden. I don't blame you. Your second question about, Ubereats, other services like that. The intention here is actually that those drivers would pick up through the drive-through window. So those vehicles would be the exact same as a customer that they don't actually order at the window. They just let them know that I'm picking up for DoorDash order or whatever, and then they just pick up through the order, pick up through the window.
Okay, makes sense. Okay.
Thank you, Commissioner Allen. Any other questions for Mr. Velarde? Any other questions? Okay, Mr. Joseph.
Great. All right. So let's get Eric sworn in. He could share his screen and he could show you how it all comes together. Let's get you sworn in, Eric.
Hi, Eric. If you could raise your right hand. You swear any testimony you give tonight is going to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Do.
And for the record, could you state and spell your name, please?
Sure, it's Eric Liepens, first name Erik, last name Liepens, Lie, P as in Paul, I, N as in Nancy, S as in Sam.
Thank you.
And Eric, have you appeared in front of this board in the past?
I have not.
And your license is in good standing in the state of New Jersey?
Yes, it is.
And just give a short background on your education.
Sure, I received my Bachelor's of Architecture from New Jersey Institute of Technology. And I'm currently the principal architect at Zelta Design. My office is at 45 Sussex Avenue in Newark, New Jersey.
Okay, Mr. Liepens, you're qualified.
Thank you.
Great. All right, Eric, share your screen and show us how this all comes together.
Sure. Okay, everyone can see my screen?
Yes, we can.
Perfect. So I'll start with the Wendy's building here. So I have this oriented in the same orientation as the site plan, with 12th Street being at the top of the page. So the Wendy's building is 1,622 square feet, and the back of the building is an exterior walk-in box, which is pad mounted. The upper left quadrant of this building is the customer area, which includes the walk-in ordering area and dining area, which has 6 seats. There's 1 customer accessible restroom, and the rest of the building is the kitchen. There are 2 drive-through windows. One is a prepay window, which is the first one you see towards the rear of the building. And then the second one is where the food is handed off. I can switch to the elevations. We'll start with this top elevation, which is the south elevation around the rear of the building. I'll just make a general statement here that the entire facade is composed of Nichiha fiber cement panels, varying color tones from this lighter brown color to red and a dark gray. Around the rear of the building, there's no signage, and you will see in the darker gray component is the walk-in box. The elevation, the bottom of this sheet is the elevation that faces 12th Street, the north facade, again made up of the same fiber cement panels with this prominent red tower element, which has an internally illuminated sign, both Wendy's lettering and the circular sign, which has Wendy on it. You can see here that we are accounting for the raised building elevation due to the floodplain. So we do have ramps and steps to accommodate pedestrians for a fully accessible building. Going to the next sheet, we have the west elevation. This faces the fuel pumps. And this is the main facade that you would see as you're entering the site. There's two elevations here. Both of them are the Wendy's circular signs, and see a very large glass area at the corner, and that is where the dining and interior customer area is. Again, the Nichiha fiber cement panels with the walk-in box enclosure on the right-hand side. Bottom elevation is east elevation. No signage on this. This faces the adjacent property and shows the two drive-through windows. First one being on the left is the prepay window. The one on the right is the pickup window. There are also a few wall sconces that just provide accent lighting around this building. I can now pivot to the convenience store. So this is again oriented in the same orientation as the site plans, which is, so the footprint of this is 1,600 square feet, which has a 538 square foot mezzanine, storage mezzanine, covering just a partial of the first floor. So you can see at the first floor plan, the main sales area of the convenience store takes up about 80% of the footprint, composed of walk-in box, dry storage, coffee equipment, beverage equipment, restrooms accessible to the public, and a back of house prep area with the staircase to the storage mezzanine with some dry storage. Here are the elevations for this building. This building is composed of an EPIS material. Signage is not fully defined yet, but we are allocating 28.5 square feet of a signage band for them. You can see storefront material. Again, we're accounting for the ramps and grading for this building. Above the main parapet height here is 19 feet, and that's to the finished. I'm sorry.
Estoy en el meeting, ma. Acuérdate.
The main parapet height here is 19 feet. That's to the finished floor, and the mezzanine height, the upper parapet, is 24.5 feet to the finished floor. And that concludes the convenience store testimony.
Okay.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Eric. The board has any questions for Eric, or wants to ask any questions about the civil again before we jump into the planning? We're happy to answer those questions.
You guys have any questions for Mr. Leapins? No questions? Okay.
All right, let's bring Carolyn up and round off our testimony about the variances. Carolyn, there you are.
Hey, Carolyn, I'll swear you in, all right? You swear any testimony you give tonight is going to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
And for the record, could you state and spell your name, please?
Carolyn Worstel, W-O-R-S-T-E-L-L.
Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Rossell, you've presented in front of our board, correct?
Yes, I have, many times.
Yeah, yes, I remember. And your license is current today?
It is.
Okay, you are qualified.
Great. So as you've all heard, we have a couple of bulk deviations and variances for the maximum lot coverage, number of signs, minimum number of street trees, and the minimum green area ratio and property illumination at the property line. We're requesting these bulk deviations and variances pursuant to it's a C2 variance wherein the benefits of the proposed project outweigh the detriments and further the purposes of planning and development. With regard to the lot coverage variance, we're proposing a lot coverage of 86.2%. This is a sort of a de minimis request with 1.62% of coverage on a lot that is 30,000 square feet. It's 31,500 square feet. So it's a very large lot and a fairly small coverage increase. This proposed coverage is consistent with the character of the vehicular oriented use being proposed here. It's a gas station and drive-through eatery with a convenience store. And the additional coverage in part results from a new pedestrian walkway that is going to be located at the corner of 12th Street and Jersey Avenue. And this has been provided to allow for safer pedestrian access at that corner where there is a sign that basically blocks the entire sidewalk and you really just can't get around it. So we're really providing an extra benefit here on site to provide a safer pedestrian access at this corner. Also related is a variance for the maximum green area ratio. We're required to provide a GAR of 0.25 and we're providing 0.23. Overall, there are multiple improvements that has been discussed that are bringing this property into greater performance with the GAR requirements. We're adding some landscaped areas. There's going to be 5 new trees. There's going to be new pervious paving added, as well as I think WaterSense certified features in the kitchen and bathroom. So there are a number of different improvements that are being done here in order to try to maximize the GAR that we can provide. But as been testified previously, due to the character of the use being provided here, as well as its location, we just really cannot meet that 0.25 requirement. In regard to street trees, again, we're bringing the property into greater conformity. We are providing the 3 required street trees on Jersey Avenue. However, we're not providing them on 12th Street. As was noted, we believe that it would not provide a benefit to this property to provide those street trees. 12th Street is a major thoroughfare, and providing those street trees could limit visibility for vehicles and impede pedestrians on that corridor. So we are providing them on Jersey Avenue, but not on 12th Street. With regard to maximum signage, we are proposing to provide 4 exterior signs, wall signs on the 2 buildings, which will total about 2.9% of the overall storefronts. So we are limited in the redevelopment plan to 1 sign per use. And we're proposing 4 here. This site is located on a corner, so we're providing signage on 2 frontages of the Wendy's and the 1 frontage of the convenience store. And that will overall provide better signage and visibility for those businesses, but we are not exceeding the overall square footage permitted. We are at 2.9% where 5% is permitted. Additionally, we are providing an additional sign to the pylon, which is an existing non-conforming sign. It is non-conforming in that each property is permitted 1 freestanding sign in the redevelopment area. And the existing Exxon station has 2 freestanding signs. 1 at the corner with Jersey Avenue that includes gas prices, and the second pylon sign, which is a little farther to the east of the property, which has the tall sign with the Exxon logo. We are providing just 1 additional sign for the Wendy's. And again, this is designed to provide greater visibility for drivers going along the corridor to see that this use is upcoming and is consistent with that type of use in a major commercial vehicular corridor. And then the last variance we're requesting is for maximum illumination. As was mentioned, we're proposing an illumination of 2.9 foot candles along the 12th Street property line, where a maximum of 0.5 foot candles is permitted under the redevelopment plan. The lighting being proposed is consistent with industry standards for safety, and is consistent with the character of the corridor, and meets, there is a minimum standard of 0.1 foot candles for sidewalk illumination. So this illumination is consistent with what you would expect to see along this corridor, and it's not adjacent to any residential properties which would be impacted by it. Overall, the benefits of this proposed project outweigh the detriments. We're really providing substantial improvements, bringing the property into greater conformance with GAR requirements, adding that new pedestrian walkway at the corner, which really will improve pedestrian safety at that corner, and new street trees along Jersey Avenue. So those are all benefits that are being provided by this project and really outweigh the minimal variances that are being requested here. The proposed project is in conformance with the commercial strip sub-district purposes in the redevelopment plan, which is intended to provide for a range of development activities compatible with those which currently exist in the area, and is consistent with numerous redevelopment plan objectives to improve the function and physical layout of the redevelopment plan area for new development, an improvement of impediments to land disposition, coordination of redevelopment activities, which reinforce already existing renewal and improvement programs, provision of land in parcels of sufficient size and configurations to permit economic redevelopment, and provision of site improvements for the beautification of Jersey Avenue redevelopment area and surrounding neighborhoods. So the plan does advance the purposes of the redevelopment plan as a whole. The project will advance and promote various purposes of municipal land use law. It's an appropriate use in this this area. It is a permitted use, and it's consistent with with the uses that are along the corridor. So it's consistent with purpose A, and really the construction of a new convenience store and restaurant along this major roadway is an appropriate use of the area. The project proposes sufficient setbacks to provide adequate light, air, and open space consistent with purpose C. And it provides sufficient space for in an appropriate location for this type of commercial use consistent with purpose G. The project will not result in substantial detriment to the general welfare. As stated, really what the improvements here are going to advance the general welfare. We are going to be, improving that pedestrian access at that one corner where it really is dangerous right now, and providing other improvements to the site that are going to bring the property into greater conformity with the green area requirements. And likewise, it will not result in a substantial detriment to the intent and purpose of the redevelopment plan, the zone plan, and the zoning ordinance. As mentioned, this project promotes the purpose of the commercial strip district, and really is going to bring the property into greater conformity with requirements of the redevelopment plan and the zoning ordinance. So overall, really the requested deviations here are necessary. It can be granted in both the positive and the negative criteria have been met.
Great. Thank you, Carolyn. That concludes our direct testimony. The applicant has reviewed the staff report and accepts all conditions. There is a small amendment to the conditions, which I'm sure Liz will mention when she goes through the report.
Okay, thank you, Council. I just wanted to ask if there's any questions for Ms. Worstel. Any questions for anyone before we open to the public?
No.
I'm sorry. Oh, okay. Perfect. Thank you. Okay, we're gonna go ahead and open this to the public. This is for case P22-019, and this is 245 12th Street. Is there anyone here to speak about this from the public? You can raise your hand. Anyone from the public?
Chair, see, there is no public.
We have one person, I think. I'm sorry.
It's okay.
Promoting Michelle Mayer.
Ms. Mayor, you are muted. And then if you can turn on your video for us, please.
Sure. I'm not sure how to do the video. There we go.
How's it going? I just want to swear you in before you speak, okay? If you could raise your right hand. Do you swear any testimony you give tonight is going to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yeah.
And for the record, could you spell your name, please?
Michelle Meyer, Mayer.
Thank you.
It was more just a question. So right now,
You have 3 minutes. Go ahead.
okay. It's more just a question. So I know we're adding 3 trees on Jersey Avenue, but right now that area has like a whole swath of landscaping and trees at the back of it. I understand that there's going to be a better pedestrian connection and people do actually cross over that all the time. So that's good. But ratio wise, is it equivalent?
So I think Mike can talk a little bit about that. Certainly, no landscaping that we're proposing can replace any street trees. You know, for the reasons stated, we don't think it's appropriate. The amendment that I was referring to in the staff report is that there is going to be a contribution to the street tree fund for the trees that are not being placed on 12th. But Mike, maybe you just want to show where the landscaping is being proposed.
Yep, let me share my screen. Oops. Just for reference, I will be showing sheet C9, the landscaping plan of the latest set submitted to the board.
Right.
So I believe this is the area in question along Jersey Avenue where we are bringing in that sidewalk that would replace. There is some landscaping around that signage in general that will be replaced in kind to the maximum extent possible. But as you can also see, we are proposing 3 street trees that are not there today, and then a significant shrub base at the edge of the parking bay as well. So there is going to be additional landscaping on top of the street trees along that area. So it's actually going to be an improvement and an addition to the plantings that are there today.
And Mike, we are showing some other landscaping elsewhere on the site as well, correct?
Yes, and again, as I kind of testified to, the existing landscaping was really held to just corners and pockets throughout the site. And what we've tried to do is kind of incorporate it throughout the entirety of the site. We had add a significant amount of shrubs. I believe it's over 100, and we had 10 trees to the site as well.
Okay,
Great.
thank you.
Thanks, Mike.
Thank you, Ms. Meyer. Anyone else from the public? If you could just, thank you. Is there anyone else from the public? Anyone else?
Chair C, there's no more public. I would like to close the public portion.
Second.
Okay, public portion is closed. We have Liz.
Hi. So I do agree the requested deviations do not pose a substantial detriment to the public good. A few conditions, which are in my staff report, I don't think it's worth pulling up. It's just a few items. So the typical conditions, payment in lieu for 3 street trees. Also, as they had testified to, just want to put on the record as a condition for the team to continue to coordinate with Port Authority. And then, Stephen, I might need some clarity on this one. The Wendy's sign for on the existing pylon, is that I think I heard somebody giving a testimony saying conditional, that it was conditional, but
no, it was, yeah, I apologize. That wasn't incredibly clear. So the existing nonconformity on the site is that you're only allowed one piece of signage per use. There's existing two signage for the Exxon station, and we're also proposing two signs for the Wendy's. So that's our deviation, is having 2 signs for the Wendy's. It'll be a total of 4 signs, 1 for each use and an extra 1 for the Wendy's.
Okay. And with that, staff recommends approval.
Thank you, Liz. I'll entertain a motion.
Chair, I'd like to make a motion to approve case P 22-019 as presented to the board this evening.
Second.
Okay, motion made and seconded.
Okay, Acting Vice Chair Gangadin,
Aye.
Commissioner Dr. Desai,
Aye.
Commissioner Allen,
Aye.
Commissioner Green,
Aye.
Acting Director Dr. Gonzalez.
Yeah, I'm never in favor of agreeing with variances for the GAR, but in this case, I think that the case was made that this was good. You're adding some more on the others on the Jersey app side, so I'm okay with that. So I'll vote aye.
Okay, all in favor, motion carries.
Thank you, Mr. Joseph.
Thank you. Have a good evening.
Thank you, you too. We'll call our counsel back, Mr. Lampe. We'll wait for him to jump in again. As we do that, Cam, I think I'm gonna call the public to see if there's anyone here for the public. I don't see Mr. Grant raising his hand yet. Did we get in touch with him at all?
No, I emailed him. I called his office. I left voicemails. I think perhaps he may have left town and forgot about this.
Okay. So council, if with your permission, now I can see if there's any public here and then maybe we can move it, carry it.
Yes, Chairman.
Okay. Is there anyone from the public that's here for case P22-074? This would be 16 Front Street. It's a 1-year extension. If you are here for that, can you let us know by raising your hand, please? Okay, so it appears that no one was here from the public for that. Do we need a motion to carry to a certain date?
Take a motion, Chairman. We'll call the roll, and then if the matter is so carried, Cam, I would ask that you reach out to Mr. Grant, tell him that the board was gracious enough to carry the application in his absence, but we can dismiss it next time if necessary.
Okay, will do.
I'll just entertain a motion.
Chair, I'd like to make a motion to carry case B22-074 to a further date not specified as of right now.
Okay,
Second.
Acting Vice Chair Gangadin.
Aye.
That date's going to be June 28th.
Sorry, I would like to amend that to June 28th.
Second.
Okay, Acting Vice Chair Gangadin.
Aye.
Commissioner Allen.
Aye.
Commissioner Green.
Aye.
Commissioner Dr. Desai.
Aye.
Acting Chairman Dr. Gonzalez.
Aye.
Motion carries to carry case 16 Front Street to June 28th. Thank you.
Chairman, we have our next case on the agenda is number 11. I'm just going to call that out and make sure that everyone knows it's been carried. Case P21-081, address is 743 Grand Street. That would have been our next case, but that has been carried to a date certain of June 28th. So if you are here for that case P21-081, 743 Grand Street, that has been carried. And this will be your notice as well. Mike, how are you doing?
I'm all right to check through. I know that these next two are together, but I'm fine.
You're okay to carry through?
Yep.
Good man. Okay, I'll call the next case P21-106. This is preliminary and final major site plan. Address is 99 Monitor Street. And I will also call up case P21-105 for final major site plan amendments. And the address here is 89 Monitor Street. Call those two cases up. And do we have Mr. Curley? Oh, there
Good
he is.
evening.
Yes, sir. Hi. Good evening.
I represent the applicant on both properties, FDAD Maple LLC. It is the owner of one of the properties, and it is in a redevelopment agreement on both of the properties with the Jersey City Redevelopment Agency. The property is in the Morris Canal, TOD West subsection. And the property at 99 Monitor Street is block 19003, lots 1 to 7, which is currently vacant land. The adjacent property at 89 Monitor Street is block 19003, formerly lots 8 and 9 and now lot 8.01. These properties are adjacent to each other. They go from along Johnston Avenue. The first property goes from Monitor to Pine. The two variances are sought as part of the application, and one has to do with an awning that exceeds the amount of size that the awning can have. There's a requirement that a franchise ordinance be obtained from the city of Jersey City in order to accommodate the awning. The other variance is the spacing of trees under the forestry standards. Those will be addressed by Mr. Colling, who is the planner for the project. But first, I would like to start off with the architect, Mr. Zimmer, to testify as to the background of the properties and the proposed development of the Johnston Avenue property at 99 Monitor Street. Mr. Zimmer?
Yes, hello, Jack.
Mr. Curley, if we could just take care of some housekeeping. Good evening to you, sir. I am in receipt of the affidavit of publication proof of mailing with respect to case P21-106, 99 Monitor Street, as well as P21-105, 89 Monitor Street. All does appear to be in order. We can mark those as A1 for purposes of the record. And counsel, I would just ask if, in light of the manner in which these are going to be handled, are we considering them as one application? How do you want to handle that, given that one appears to be amending?
I would suggest that they be treated as separate applications heard together with separate disposition by resolution separately for each parcel. And the reason for that is that one parcel is far advanced in terms of construction over the other.
Very good. I have no objection to that. Chairman Gonzalez.
Okay, perfect. We'll vote for them separately as well. Okay, thank you, Mr. Curley. And we'll, who did you call up? Mr. Zimmer, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
All right, and John, I'll swear you in if you can raise your right hand.
Yep.
Do you swear any testimony you give tonight is going to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
And for the record, could you state and spell your name, please?
It's John Zimmer, Johnzimmer.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Zimmer, you've presented to our board many times.
I have.
License active today?
It is.
Okay, good man. You're qualified.
I have to ask, I have a kind of overview document that we wanted to submit as an exhibit that wasn't part of the original application. Has that been done, Jack? Do I need to, is there some kind of housework that has to be done to be able to go through this exhibit that I have?
Mr. Zimmer, let's just mark it as A2 for the record.
Okay.
It's something that is multiple slide. Is it a slideshow?
It's a slideshow that is no new information, but it has some explanatory documentation.
It has multiple slides, all of which will be presented.
That's correct.
So then, Mr. Curley, we will mark it as A2, and Mr. Zimmer, does it have a title sheet by chance?
It does. Let me double check what that title is. This is, am I sharing my screen? This is the title right here.
You are.
All right, so A2 will be the 89-99 or 89/99 Monitor Street Developments, Jersey City Site Plan Presentation dated June 14th, 2022. Did I read that correctly, Mr. Zimmer?
That's correct.
Okay, duly
Thank
noted. A2 for the record.
Okay, thank you all for your time this evening. This is just a quick overview document to kind of get everyone oriented. It is a little bit, just a little bit unusual in that there's an amendment to one project being handled or heard at the same time as a new site plan application. So really, this is just about contextualizing the differences between the two projects and the similarities. This is where the project is. You see the Morris Canal Basin here, Liberty Park. I'm just going to go through these very quickly. As Jack already said, we're in the Morris Canal redevelopment plan area. We are in the Western Transit-Oriented District Subdistrict. These are photos of the existing site. This is 89 Monitor. It is already complete and it is leasing now. And these lot line walls, if you can see my cursor, are the place where we will be building 99 Monitor right next to it. You can see that there is a courtyard in here in the middle of 89 Monitor, and we will be extending that into 99 Monitor. And you'll see that there are many similarities and some differences between the two projects. Again, a little bit of an orientation where you are with the light rail station, 89 and 99 Monitor. You've got, you're bounded by Monitor and Pine and Johnston Avenue. One difference about the new project is that it completes the end of the block. So 89 Monitor was an infill building. 99 Monitor is an end of block building, and there are some differences in its design because of that. These are some photographs of the completed 89 Monitor. The palette will be identical. So this is a gray brick and a green glazed thin brick or tile that forms these verticals within the overall grid. And this is the main entrance to the building lobby. The new building at 99 Monitor will only have a secondary lobby. So the expectation is that the tenants in the new building will use this main building lobby. The two buildings will also share amenities. So they very much depend on each other, even though they are on separate tax lots and are independent buildings. Mark Chisvett will go into detail on the various aspects of zoning compliance when he does his testimony. As an overview, this in gray here is 89 Monitor, and then this is 99 Monitor. If you follow this darker line here, this section is taken through the courtyard with Johnston Avenue on the left. The zoning is actually different for the two properties. At 89 Monitor, we actually had 6 stories plus an appurtenance because our max building height was 6 stories. We have a different max building height at 99 Monitor. So in fact, whatever we're doing on the roof of 99 Monitor is not an appurtenance. It's a partial 7th story that is a permitted 7th story with setback. So this dashed red line is the permitted zoning envelope. There is a rear yard setback, which we comply with. But you can see we are well clear of the permitted zoning envelope. Similarly, I've used a roof plan just to give an abstract overview of the two buildings. You've got 89 Monitor on the left and 99 Monitor on the right. And we will connect them at the roof level. And you can see the shared courtyard here is completed by the new building. and it does fill out the block. And I'll go into some of these design issues in a minute. Really, the buildings will connect in 3 places: on the ground floor, on the second floor, only on the exterior at the courtyard, and on the roof as part of the roof amenity. And the only physical interior connections between the 2 buildings will be on the ground floor. So we have, we want, as I mentioned, to come in and use the 89 monitor building lobby as the entrance for the new building. So you will enter here as the current tenants do, and come down a hallway and come to a separate elevator core and within 99 monitor. The building will have its own package room and its own mail room, and we'll have a secondary entrance here from Monitor Street. But the main intention is that this is all shared and people will come in this way. There are 16 parking spaces in the new building. And again, the entrance to that parking will be from the existing garage entrance that already exists for 89 Monitor on Pine Street. And so we will simply create a new opening in this lot line wall so that you can pass from one into the other. There is substantial retail on the ground floor. It wraps all 3 frontages, which should give a lot of curb appeal for the building, a lot of transparency. We do locate some of the service items on Pine Street back here, these necessary evils. We have transformer room, gas room, telephone room, and many of those things pulled away from the intersection on Pine Street so that you still get that nice wraparound frontage. And this is the second floor where you see that the courtyard extends. If you remember that photograph I showed you earlier, the courtyard from 89 extends into 99, and tenants will be able to move back and forth across this freely. But if you look at the ends of these corridors, there is no physical connection at these corridors. And this is what's typical on all of the residential floors. You'll come up in your own elevator here. It has completely independent and code compliant egress on its own. And the corridors do not connect at the intermediate floors. So it's really about sharing a lobby and sharing amenities is what the 2 buildings will share. This is a rendering of the new building taken from the corner of Monitor and Johnston. You see 89 Monitor here down the street, and 99 monitors everything from this recess forward. So we keep continuity of the street wall, and we keep a similar concept for the facade in terms of having a rational grid that is then got these somewhat subversive vertical elements in green tile that slip in and around the very rational grid in slightly, more random appearing places. But the proportion of the grid is different. The organization of these green tile verticals is different. And we feel that because it's an end of block condition, it needs to be made a bit special. And so we do have these gently curving corners here with the radius vertical tile, radius green tile. Also, the green tile is horizontal on 89. We run it vertically at 99. So there are subtle differences just to make them a little bit different. It's a Gen 2 version of 89 Monitor, but again, a very similar vocabulary, and the palette is identical so that the buildings are harmonious without being monotonous. And you see at the street level here, this tremendous amount of transparency provided by all of this retail frontage along here. And we do have, it's hard to see in this view, you'll see it again in a moment, this projecting retail canopy that forms one of the that forms one of the variance requests because it projects farther than the max allowed by the redevelopment plan. Oops. This is a straight-on view from Johnston Avenue. Again, the proportions of the openings are different. I don't want to scroll all the way back, but 89 Monitor has a more squarish proportion to its facade. They used to have these kind of longer proportion, which for one thing help with the length of Johnston Avenue, but also help as we wrap around this corner with this curve to kind of create a dynamic condition at the corner and ease your way around that hard edge. We incorporate this recess as well, similar to the one we're doing between 89 and 99, but this one is about breaking down the mass and the proportion of this thing. You know, it's always nice to have a continuous street wall. It's a nice urban event, but you can have too much of a good thing, and breaking it up a little bit can help to avoid monotony. You can see indication of the roof terrace at the top here. And again, all of this retail frontage. We're not in person, so I can't pass these around, but this is the palette from the existing building. It's this lovely gray brick. This is the glazed green thin brick. The aluminum windows are a one kind of French gray. We do have this, this gray ephes. This is not mostly visible from the street. It's on our courtyard elevation, which when we complete 99 monitor won't be visible from the street at all. And we have a little bit of it on our 7th floor rooftop bulkhead thing. And of course, the glass will match the glass that's at 89. This is just a diagram of the requested variance for the canopy projection. And you know, we'll have Ed Collin go into this in more detail later, but the desire is to, for several reasons, to have this additional projection. One, I think the ordinance was written pre-COVID, and there's a much stronger desire for outdoor dining, outdoor even dry goods retail, extending retail onto the sidewalk. Certainly in much higher demand than it was. It also helps to give, you know, to lock down this corner, to not have, the 3 foot is a little kind of vestigial feeling. We are doing an overall aesthetic that is kind of a dressed up industrial aesthetic. It's not meant to be raw. We're not, you know, it's not a warehouse building, but it is meant to have kind of an elevated, but somewhat of a meatpacking district kind of feel to this thing. And that kind of requires a little dimension to give it the presence on the corner. I think it would be a nice addition to the corner. And I'll just mention here briefly while I'm on this slide, the other variance that we are requesting to put it on your radar is minimum spacing of street trees. And again, Mark Chiswick will speak in detail about that. So all of that is just orientation to understand the relationship of 89 and 99 and the overall intentions and goals of the project. Of course, from an architectural perspective, there are additional layers of detail that you want me to testify to. So I'm going to dig into those now, and we're focused now. I've shown you the relationship to 89 monitor. This is now the 99 monitor site plan submission. And this is the ground floor. And this is Monitor Street on this side. You can see the secondary entrance. Flood elevation as required by New Jersey DEP, as you know, we can't, and flood elevation hasn't changed, but they have been requiring higher lobby elevations than they used to. So in fact, 99 monitor elevator stops are higher than 89. So we've got some ramping to get in up here from the street. And then its own, as I said, its own elevator core, mail, I'm going to zoom in a little bit. Mail room and package, the water and fire pump room, and then you do have an access back also to the parking garage. This is where the trash chute comes down. The New Jersey, Jersey City ordinances for storage of bins has been complied with here. So the trash comes down here. There's a compactor hooked up to it that goes into these bins. Trash removal will be through the garage and through this connection between the two buildings, and it will be bundled with the trash from 89 monitor and put out curbside on the same days. These are the 16 parking spaces. There are the handicap space as required, immediately adjacent to the entrance. Back here, you have the required bike storage. And again, these utility spaces. We don't yet know how this retail space will be demised. That will come a bit down the road when ownership signs lease agreements with tenants. So for now, this is shown as an undifferentiated space. This first sheet also has the unit mix on it and the unit count. We are taking advantage of the affordable housing bonus for density. And so we have a total of 87 units, 25 studios, 4 one-bedrooms, 21 two-bedrooms, and just 1 3-bedroom. And then the 1 3-bedroom is an affordable requirement. So we only have one of those to satisfy that requirement. That works out to 29% studios, 46% 1-bedrooms, 24% 2-bedrooms, and 1% 3-bedrooms. Going to the second floor, you can see that we have this connection to the courtyard and the extended courtyard. Units line the street frontages and the courtyard, except for there is a shared laundry space here. And unit sizes are given in detail on the plans, but as a quick summary, the studios are approximately 550 square feet average. 1-bedrooms are approximately 730 square foot average. 2-bedrooms are approximately 1,050 square foot average, and 3-bedrooms are approximately 1,140 square feet average. Typical floor plan, they're similar to the second, except for there is no access to the courtyard. So all of these typical floors are very similar. Fourth through fifth. Sixth floor plan. And then here's the 7th floor plan. So you'll have access to the roof from these elevators. Again, these are not appurtenances. This is a partial 7th story. So we're not showing the sightline requirement from the street. There's a setback requirement, but we easily comply with that setback. And here's a proposed connection straight across the roof. The pavers will line up flush. You'll just move seamlessly from one roof to the other. This building will have a swimming pool. 89 Monitor does not, so that will be a nice supplement to the amenities in 89 to provide a pool at 99. And then we have back of house, mechanical spaces, which are also doubling as green roof spaces to help us meet our stormwater requirements. There are also new requirements from DEP for various percolation rates for various types of roof retention. And that's what this diagram is about. Okay, plan, we provide the individual unit plans here. I don't think I need to do a very deep dive in here, but let me know if you feel otherwise. These are the same as what's shown on the floor plans with detailed dimensions. And then you can see the existing 89 elevations together with the 99 elevations on these pages. This is the Monitor Street elevation at the bottom. And you really can get a bit of a sense of the change in proportion, change in rhythm of the new facade, even though the parapets line up and there is continuity in the street wall after you get past this recess. And similarly on Pine Street, there's a recess, a break, right where it meets 89 Monitor to separate the masses. And then it comes across with this. We have service areas that I mentioned before in the plan that are clad quite similarly to the service areas on 89 Monitor. Oops. Johnston Street elevation. And we have detailed elevations of this. I'll show you in a second. There is a bit of a slope to the site. I think it's about 2 feet. Mark Chiswick can testify more accurately to that. So these entrances step down the as you go down the grade from Monitor to Pine, and these, we'll accommodate that as we understand how the leasing goes. These are the courtyard elevations. It's almost similar to the as-built condition that you can see out there. If you stand on Monitor Street and look into the courtyard, it's basically what this looks like. And we had this concept back in the day when we did 89 that this was meant to be this kind of very rational, almost Dutch feeling courtyard where it's almost severe, but then the life and the activity of it comes from the green space. And ownership and the builder followed through on 89 Monitor in providing very deep planters so that the courtyard will have substantial trees in it. Detailed elevations of the various facades. You can see the projecting canopy here at 6 feet. The signage is intended to be either on this louver band or hung from the underside of this awning, if you remember that rendering picture. I can just go to it. Hung under the awning in a fashion like this. Sometimes there is no awning, so it would go in front of the louver band and be pin mounted in front of the louver band. And it complies with signage extent requirements. A low dark granite base. And then we have the site details, canopy. Many of these details are actually not the canopy, but these site details for the terraces and things we're doing the same thing as 89. It was quite successful. And that is the architectural application. I'm going to keep sharing, but I can't see you. So I don't know if there are questions or things I can go over, or if we do that at the end.
Thank you, sir. We have any questions? Any questions for Mr. Zimmer?
No.
Okay. Okay, Mr. Curley, your next witness, please.
The next witness is Mark Chavette, the civil engineer.
I have one question, actually. Are we going to be handling any of the 89 Monitor changes to architecture and engineering?
Oh, I should do that as well. I apologize.
Okay.
Thank you, Matt. If you can be brief, Mr. Zimmer.
Absolutely. Sorry, let me just do this. So this is the amendment package for 89 Monitor. And as I mentioned in the overview, this is currently a lot line wall. It's a CMU wall, and we have parking arranged on this against this wall right now. And that is we're simply, as far as 89 Monitor is concerned, we are cutting out this this CMU wall. Oops, sorry, that went too fast. And I'll go back and show you that again, right? So that's that cutout that I was referring to earlier. And then we also have this cutout in this CMU wall, which is forming this hallway through here from the building lobby. And you asked me to be brief. I will be brief. You can see that we are revising the roof a little bit and opening that up for the future connection. folks. Sorry, I've lost my controls on my. On my PDF. That actually looks like a miscellaneous revision to the dimension right there. I don't think that's actually related to the link to 99 monitor, to be honest with you. I have to say there are some things in this package that aren't directly related to the change to 99. We did change this guardrail from it was a glass guardrail, I think, in the original submission. It's a setback guardrail, and it's gone from glass to aluminum pickets. I think this is showing the revisions to the ground floor here that are, again, not directly related to the connection to 99. This is about some construction phase stuff that happened where we had to revise some of these doors and louvers. I think it's de minimis in its impact. That's it. That's about the amendment to 89.
Thank you, Mr. Zimmer.
Thank you.
Okay, anybody else? Any questions? Okay. Mr. Curley.
Mr. Charette.
Good
Hi,
evening.
Mark. I'll swear you in. You swear any testimony you give tonight is going to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
For the record, could you state and spell your name, please?
Mark, M-A-R-K, Chisvet, C-H-I-S-V-E-T-T-E.
Thank you.
And my license is still active.
Thank you, Mr. Shizvet. You are qualified.
Thank you. I share my screen for a minute, and I will, since John has already introduced the general layout of the site and where it's located, cut to the chase and save a little bit more time here. I'm going to show you right now, this is the colored site plan, which has already been submitted for the 99 monitor site. This is the one at the end of the block. As you look at the plan, Johnston Avenue is on the right, Pine Street's at the top, Monitor Street is at the bottom. The building was pretty well described by John. There's 16 parking spaces, and as he explained, the entrance to this parking garage is actually through the garage from 89 Monitor. And in this area here is that cutout in the wall of the 89 building so that the two garages would be interconnected. And the advantage of that, obviously, is that there's less curb cuts in the street, there's less interference with traffic. It allows for more street traffic parking as well. Streetscape is going to be pretty much a continuation of what we did at 89 Monitor. It's more or less alternating of trees and lampposts. These would be PSE&G leased poles that would be purchased by the developer and then become leased by and installed, and then they would become turned over to the city as a lease. John mentioned that there was some deviations. I'm going to go to the zoning chart for 99 Monitor. There is really only one deviation, and that has to do with the awning that John described, that it projects 6 feet beyond the building, and it's only permitted to project 3.5 feet. So it's 2.5 feet beyond the allowable, and that's one of the deviations. The other one is technically, I guess it's not a deviation. We are required by frontage, the calculation is to provide 16 street trees. We will be providing 11 physically and donating the equivalent of 5 additional. And then going back to the site plan, the reason we couldn't fit in more trees is because the required spacing between trees and lampposts is 15 feet. So when you have an alternating pattern like we're showing, to provide enough lighting,
you need 30 feet from tree to tree instead of 25. And then we also have utility poles at each end of the block and crosswalks and handicap ramps to respect. So we did attempt to get as many trees as we could possibly. We got 11 out of the 16. And like I said, there would be a donation for the other 5. The sidewalks would be your standard gray sidewalk, 5x5 scoring. And I will move on to the lighting plan. Shows the photometrics. These are all post top fixtures, as you can see on the right in the detail, and along the entire frontage, all the way around the site. And that's similar pole and fixture that we have at 89 Monitor. And you can see that the 1 foot candle line is the smaller of the circles. So you can see you have that 1 foot candle minimum throughout the public walkway. As far as utilities are concerned, now John did explain, I've been having problems with my internet, and so I might have problems displaying. Just give me one moment. I did actually lose internet for a second. Here we go. It's a little bit slow. This is the grading and drainage plan. As John explained, some of the amenities are being shared, parking is being shared, but utilities are not. This building will be completely independent with respect to electricity, gas, water, sewer. It will have all its own service supply. Underneath the park garage, we are proposing a detention system for the stormwater management, in addition to what is being detained within the green roof areas on the rooftop. This stormwater will discharge into an existing manhole on Johnston Avenue, which is served by a 24-inch combined sewer. So sanitary will also go out that same direction and connect in a typical manner. They tie into each other beyond the curb, so there's only one connection at the sewer main. Electricity will be coming, and cable TV will come from the utility pole that's at the corner of Pine Street. It's an existing pole, come from the corner of Pine Street and Johnson into the building underground. The water, there is a proposed service to what will become the extension of the main. As the projects along this block have been coming online, the water main has been increased. It has been replaced actually with a new 12-inch water main all the way out to Maple. That main this will be the last segment on this block along with this project to connect what was capped off for the 89 Monitor and bring it all the way to the corner and connect it to the main on Johnston Avenue. So this will be the final link. So the entire block will be served by this new 12-inch water main, and the building will be connected off the new main. John covered a lot of this already, so I don't want to repeat. I'm just going to quickly jump to, bear with me, jump to the site plan for 89 Monitor. And this is the parking. It's handled here in a note, basically, but the 2 spaces, which are number 6 and 7 on this plan, would be removed, assuming that 99 Monitor is approved. For 89 Monitor to connect, these 2 spaces would be removed. And so the parking count would drop from 36 spaces within 89 Monitor to 34 spaces within 89 Monitor. And then there would be, of course, the 16 additional spaces that will be at 99 Monitor. So I think between the 2 of us, we've covered the changes that we're proposing on the 89 project. And unless you have some questions, that concludes my testimony for 99.
Okay, any questions for Mr. Shizvet? Anyone? Okay.
Thank you.
Mr. Curley.
Yes, the next witness will be Ed Colling.
You have no idea who that is.
Ed Colling, the planner.
No, I'm just joking. Yeah, we know him. Mr.
Okay.
Colling.
Hi, Ed, how you
Good
doing?
evening, everybody.
Let me just swear you in. Do you swear any testimony you give tonight is going to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
And for the record, could you state and spell your name, please?
Yes, it's Edward, Edward, Colling, Kolling, licensed professional planner, and my license is current and up to date.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Colling. You are qualified.
Mr. Colling, do you want to take us through the project in terms of the planning point of view and the justification for the awning variance requested and for the spacing of the trees?
Yes, absolutely. As the board has seen, this is a rather large property. It's 19,000 square feet. It's got 200 feet of frontage along Johnston Avenue, so it's got a lot of exposure along Johnston Avenue. It's a primarily residential mixed-use project, but as the architect has described, it has a significant commercial presence, again, primarily along Johnston Avenue, but also turning the corner onto both Pine and onto Monitor. And I think that's an important aspect of this project in terms of how it enlivens the street. The project is completely consistent with the goals and objectives of the Morris Canal redevelopment area, and especially the TOD district, in that it's providing a higher density mid-rise development, lower parking standards, proximity to the Hudsonburg and Light Rail transit station. And it also provides 5 units of affordable housing, again, consistent with the affordable housing criteria within the TOD. There are really just 2 rather minor deviations, one of which is the projection of the awning. 3.5 feet is permitted. We're proposing 6 feet, which is a 2.5 foot deviation, 30 inches. The other has to do with the spacing of the street trees. In terms of the additional distance of the projection for the awning, as the architects described this, we do believe that this is a better approach to design, a better approach to development. As I mentioned, the building has a lot of extensive presence on Johnston Avenue. It's an extensive amount of commercial ground floor area, which I think is a very good thing in terms of enlivening the street. But we feel that the awning helps make the building, give it a little bit more of a presence at the ground floor, especially given the size and scale of the building. And I think it will help make the commercial space a little bit more attractive, a little bit more successful. So in that regard, I think this is a better approach to design. There's really no detrimental impact from doing this because the height is conforming, the height of the awnings being above the sidewalk, so it doesn't impede pedestrian circulation or flow at all. And the other thing I would point out is that the sidewalks are all rather wide. They're all a bit over 15 feet. Therefore, the street trees can be located along the curb, notwithstanding the fact that the awning's a little bit wider. They really have no impact on the number of trees because, as the engineer has described, the number of trees is really the result of the spacing of the utility poles, the need to have crosswalks and curb drops at the corners. And so when you do all that type of interrelationship between this other street furniture and handicapped accessibility, location of lighting and trees, it's impossible to meet the 25 feet. But I think we do meet the intent of the ordinance in terms of the number of trees, because we are making the donation for the other 5, so we do conform with the 16 in total. So I'd also say that this project does, in addition to meeting the intent of the redevelopment plan, it also promotes the purposes of the municipal land use law, in that this is an appropriate use and development of this site, consistent with the requirements of the redevelopment plan. That would be subparagraph 2A of the statute. It also provides sufficient space and an appropriate location for this type of use. As I mentioned, it's a very large lot. It's appropriately zoned, and it can accommodate this project without any negative impacts. And it also promotes a desirable visual environment. It's a vacant lot now. It's been vacant for some time. It's vacant because it's getting prepared for redevelopment. So I think that this project will advance the subparagraph 2I in terms of providing a more desirable visual environment. So you can see that there are significant and substantial benefits from the approval of this project. The granting of the variances or deviations would not result in any substantial detriment either to the public good or to the zone plan. So therefore, I think that you can grant these deviations, design waivers, variances, however you want to describe them, under the C2 criteria, wherein the benefits would substantially outweigh any detriment. And that concludes my testimony.
Thank you, Mr. Colling. Do we have any questions for Mr. Colling? Any commissioners? No? I don't. Okay. Mr. Curley?
That's the presentation of the applicant. We are looking for, with respect to 99 Monitor Street, preliminary and final major site plan approval. With respect to with respect to 89 Monitor Street, we are looking for an amended preliminary and amended final major site plan approval. And of course, we have the combination of the trees and the contribution into the fund, as well as the testimony that Mr. Collin gave with respect to the extension of the awning. And with that, we would rest.
Thank you, counsel. Okay, I'm going to open this up for the public. If there's anyone here to speak on either P21-106 or P21-105, that's 99 Monitor Street and 89 Monitor Street. Is anyone here to speak? Please raise your hand. Anyone from the public? Anyone?
Chair, seeing no more public, I would like to make a motion to close the public session.
Okay, I have a motion.
Can we get a second?
Can we get a second, someone? I need a second for.
I second.
Second, I was on mute, second.
Thank you, guys. Okay, public is now closed. And we have Matt.
Yep, thank you, Acting Chairman. These two related projects, they described how they're interrelated. Obviously, there are some changes that are required for 89 Monitor if 99 Monitor is approved. Both of these variances or design waivers, they testified to the fact that they're going to be seeking a franchise for the canopy and complying with the donation requirement for those street trees. The other changes to 89 Monitor are all very straightforward, and staff appreciates the difference in design that they incorporated into 99 Monitor Street. As stated, this is in the TOD West or the Transit Oriented District West District of the Morris Canal Redevelopment Plan, and they are complying with and utilizing the affordable housing bonus. Testified to that unit mix. We provided the applicant with two staff memos, both dated June 13th, 2022. They also received Jersey City engineering memos. Just want to ask if the council has reviewed those memos and if they are able to comply with those comments or recommended conditions.
Yes, those memos have been reviewed with the applicant. The applicant will comply.
Okay, so I think that we're going to be looking for the board to probably make two motions as discussed earlier. Um, uh, Staff does recommend approval on both of them. If there are any other questions for staff, we are here.
Thank you, Matt. So I'll entertain a motion for the first one.
Chair, I'd like to make a motion to approve case P 21-106 as presented to the board this evening.
Second.
Second.
Motion made and seconded, okay. Did you want to take roll call, Matt? You're on mute.
Sorry about that. On a motion to approve with conditions for 99 Monitor, Acting Vice Chair Gangadin,
Aye.
Commissioner Allen,
Aye.
Commissioner Dr. Desai,
Aye.
Commissioner Green,
Aye.
and Acting Chair Dr. Gonzalez.
Aye.
Motion carries. All in favor?
Chair, I'd like to make a motion to approve case P 21-105 as presented to the board this evening.
Second it.
Okay, motion made and seconded.
On a motion to approve with conditions for 89 Monitor, Acting Vice Chair Gangadin, Commissioner Allen,
Aye.
Commissioner Dr. Desai,
Aye.
Commissioner Green,
Aye.
and Acting Chair Dr. Gonzalez.
Aye.
All right, motion carries. All in favor on a motion approved with conditions. Thank you very much, Commissioners.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you, everyone.
Really, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Mike, how are we doing, my man? We'll take a break now, right?
Great time to take a break.
Perfect. Let's take a 10-minute break. It is 7:40. We'll be back at 7:50, everyone. Thank you, guys. Commissioner Gangadin, thank you.
Let's move this along quickly.
We're going, right?
Hope we're not 11 or 12 o'clock tonight.
Oh, no, I hope not.
Please.
Yeah,
please.
Commissioner Green, I'm with you. All right, guys, we'll call this back to order, this meeting. If the commissioners will indulge me, I'll just do a couple of little house cleaning announcements here again, just to verify that if there's anyone from the public that's here for case P22-066, this is a review and discussion of proposed amendments to the Tidewater Basin redevelopment plan regarding the historic buffer zone and the proposed inclusionary housing overlay district. That has been moved to June 28th. Okay, so that will not be heard today. And then, Timothy, are you in? Or are you on, I should say?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, do we know anything about Mr. Ciccinini?
Which one?
The 54 Cottage Street?
Yes, they're going to carry to the June 28th meeting with preservation of notes.
Okay, let's note that. So that is case 20 on our agenda. Number 20 on the agenda, case P22-021. This is for a minor site plan. Address is 54 Cottage Street. If you are here to hear that presentation today, that has been carried to June 28th with preservation of notice. And there will be no other notice going out as far as I know. So this will serve as your notice. So make sure you note that, guys. Okay. All right, and we'll call the next case. Case 14 on the agenda is case P22-025. This is for a conditional use. Address 436 Central Avenue. And we have Mr. Joseph there. Welcome back.
Good evening, Stephen Joseph for the applicant. Council, can we confirm we have notices?
Yes, thank you, counsel. I am to receive the affidavit of publication proof of mailing with respect to the application P22-025 at 436 Central Ave. Had an opportunity to review it. All does appear to be in order. Council, this is a conditional use, meaning that the use is permitted, but there are additional conditions. If you're before this board, it sounds like you satisfy all of those conditions. And it does not appear that there are any variances whatsoever being sought in connection with that approval.
That is 100% correct. We do have an architect available this evening for testimony if the board would like to hear from him to show the one page that is relevant to this application. Just very quick overview. This is NC zone as a conditional use. Ground floor residential is permitted. The conditions to that are the residential use needs to be limited to 40% of the ground floor. We have 37%. Commercial use needs to be at least 40%. We have 54%, and the building doesn't have an elevator. So we meet all the conditions for the application.
So Chairman, let's mark the notice as A1. Council, why don't we have the architect come up and provide the testimony you just provided in your comments as the testimony, and we can move forward.
So Will is our architect this evening. Did we have him promoted? Will, if you're out there.
I see him down the bottom.
All right,
There he is.
Oh,
great.
Yep.
I will.
Great.
I'll swear you in, okay? If you could raise your right hand. You swear any testimony you give tonight is going to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
And for the record, could you state and spell your name, please?
Sure. It's William Weckenman. Last name is Weckenmann.
Thank you.
Sir Wickerman, you've presented to our board here before?
Yes,
Okay, and your license is active and current?
that's correct.
Okay, you are qualified.
Great.
All
Thank
right.
you.
Will, if you want to share your screen, I think we're going to be looking at sheet A100, some very, very quick testimony.
Sure. Everything look okay, Steve?
Yep,
Yes,
looks
we
good.
can see it.
Okay, great. Thank you for your time this evening. I will be brief as this is a fairly straightforward application. The project is at 436 Central Avenue. It's on the eastern side of the block. This is a photo of the front of the building. We are not proposing any changes to the front of the building whatsoever. The commercial space is remaining as is along the frontage, and the residential entrance on the right of the photo here will remain as is as well. So to just quickly walk you through the plans, the existing plan is here on the left, proposed on the right. Central Avenue is towards the bottom of the screen, just to orient everybody. There's currently a commercial space on the left-hand side of the building with a small vestibule and hallway upstairs to the residential units on the second and third floor. The commercial space has an office which is located towards the center of the building. And then there are also two additional office tenants on the ground floor. Another smaller office in the middle, and then a vacant office and small storage area towards the rear. What we are proposing is to reconfigure this back commercial space and some of these common area elements to provide an additional dwelling unit on the ground floor. So we are removing the existing bathrooms and creating a new handicap bathroom to serve the two remaining, to serve the commercial tenant and the office tenant that will be remaining. We are also creating a new hallway to access the back dwelling unit, which will be a one-bedroom apartment. We have a small kitchen right as you enter with a living and dining area on the right-hand side, a bathroom, and a bedroom on the left-hand side of the floor plan. We are proposing, we are not proposing any changes to the rear facade other than replacing an existing door and existing windows and installing a new condensing unit for the HVAC for this apartment, which will be located right next to an existing condenser unit. So that is a quick summary of the plans.
And Will, we, in your opinion, we meet those three conditions that I was talking about earlier, correct?
Yes, correct.
Mr. Joseph, those conditions are that the residential component on the first floor will not exceed 40% of the first floor space, that the commercial component on the first floor will exceed or be more than 50% of the first floor space, and that the building not have an elevator.
Correct. The second condition is that the commercial use will be at least 40%. I believe we have 54, but yes.
And sir, my only question for you is the division between that residential use and the commercial space that's being built that'll be fire rated for safety purposes and all that good stuff.
Yes, yep, of course. The hallway will be fire rated between the uses, and then there'll be an additional separation between this dwelling unit on the first floor and the existing residential apartments above.
Chairman, they don't come more straightforward than that.
I agree. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Joseph. We're opening up the public now. Anyone here from the public wishing to speak on case P22-025, 436 Central Ave? Anyone from the public?
Chair, seeing no more public, I would like to close the public portion.
Seconded.
Okay, so moved and seconded. And we have, who do we have on this?
It's me.
Oh, there you go. Sorry. Hey,
Francisco.
Francisco.
Yeah.
Sorry, I didn't see you. Go ahead.
Okay, so this is a unique application. I don't think we've had a conditional use application specifically in the NC zone for a residential dwelling on the ground floor where an existing commercial space used to occupy. With that said, all conditional use requirements for the NC zone were met and staff recommends approval with conditions outlined in my staff memo.
Yep, so the applicant does agree to the conditions. The only exception I had a small note on the second condition, it references all material and color selections. It's just not applicable to this application.
That makes sense.
Any change in the site design, of course, will go back to staff.
That makes sense.
Okay, thank you. We'll entertain a motion then.
Chair, I'd like to make a motion to approve case P 22-025 as presented to the board this evening, together with staff recommendation.
Second it.
Okay, so move.
Acting Vice Chair Gangden,
Aye.
Commissioner Green,
Commissioner Green, you are, oh, there you are. Commissioner Green? Commissioner Green, are you there? We do need her for quorum.
yeah. Oh,
Call her.
oh, there she is.
Commissioner Green,
There she is.
you're muted. There you go. Commissioner Green, can you hear us? No, we can't hear you.
Seems to be a glitch problem. She's
Yeah.
not muted, so.
I'm sorry.
Oh, there you are. I
Oh,
can
we
hear
had
you.
you.
Turn that baby back on. There we go.
Okay.
Was that a yes or a no vote?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Commissioner Allen,
Aye.
Commissioner Dr. Desai,
Aye.
and Acting Chair Dr. Gonzalez.
Aye.
Motion carries, all in favor.
Thank you all. Have a good evening.
Thank you, counsel. All right, so the next case on the agenda is 15. Again, this is carried. This is case P22-066, the review and discussion of proposed amendments to the Tidewater Basin redevelopment plan. That will be carried to June 28th. And Matt, do we have, do we move on? Or Cameron, I'm sorry.
I have not received instructions to move forward with Journal Square, so
And this is
let's,
for Tanya, right? Yeah.
yeah.
Okay.
let's
Director
proceed.
Marion, are you there?
It appears she is not, counsel.
All right, when she becomes available, we'll come back to it.
Okay, perfect. I'll call the next case then. Number 17 on the agenda is case P21-047. This is for a minor subdivision with C variances. The address is 481 to 487 Communipaw Avenue.
Promoting Peter Cicchini.
There he is.
Hello, good evening.
Good evening, sir. How are you doing?
Good.
Good.
All right, so should we get started?
Yes, sir. You're on. Dais
All
is
right.
ready.
Mr. Lampy, could you confirm that you've received the notices and they're sufficient?
I have. Thank you, counsel. Good evening to you. Mr. Chairman, I am receiving the affidavit of publication proof of mailing with respect to case P21-047 here in the city. It is 481 to 487 Communipaw Avenue. All does appear to be in order. We can mark that as A1 for the record. I note for the record, this is a subdivision application. So with that, counsel, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Lampy. So this property was originally built in accordance with the 2004 zoning board resolution. as 4 separate two-family houses. They're all attached, but they were built as 4 separate two families. At some point between 2004 and the time my client acquired the property in 2019, these properties were consolidated into one lot. However, they remain, and we're not sure exactly how that happened. It's likely that it happened through the tax assessor, merging the lots through Lochner v. Campioli. But they are 4 separate two-family houses. They were always built that way. And the applicant seeks to re-subdivide them into their original configuration, again, as 4 separate two-family houses. There's going to be no, although we are asking for variances, there's no actual changes on the ground. All the utilities are split. These really are 4 separate houses. We're just asking that the board allow us to subdivide them and treat them legally as they were originally built. So with that, I'd call our witness is Charles Height. I believe you've heard from him before, so I'd ask.
Yeah, well, we have no idea who he is.
Hi, Charles, I swear you in.
Yes.
You swear any testimony you give tonight is going to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
And for the record, could you state and spell your name, please?
Yes, Charles Height, last name spelled H-E-Y-D-T.
Thank you.
And Mr. Height, I'm assuming that your license is current in New Jersey?
Yes, current and renewed back in May.
Perfect, congratulations, and you are qualified.
So go ahead, Mr. Height. You can describe the project and the variances that are being requested.
Yes, so it's good evening, board members. It's just me tonight. Our firm did tackle the proposed subdivision and the planning aspect of this application. What I'll share to you tonight is the one sheet that provides the subdivision plan. This is a corner lot. It's located in the R1 district. It has approximately 111 feet of frontage on Communipaw, and also about 58 feet of frontage on Randolph Avenue. So let me share my screen just so I can give you a visual. And I'll keep this brief. The application that's before you is proposing to subdivide this overall property that you see here in the bold black line, which is a corner property, into 4 individual lots. So you can see the 4 lots that are further subdivided by this dashed line here. The dashed line actually represents the demising wall in each of these 2-unit structures. So there's a 2-unit structure here, a 2-unit structure in this location as well here, and then on the end here. So currently, as it's recognized in the zoning ordinance, this is a multifamily use on this property. Overall, it's a larger lot as per the R1 standards. When you look to subdivide this overall property into 4 separate lots and essentially create 2 family units on each lot, you're actually transitioning from a non-conforming use, a multifamily use, into a permitted 2-family use. So that's essentially why we're before this board, because we actually are transitioning property into what is recognized under the R1 district. What I hope to do tonight is just to run through the board some of the variances. It's a little tricky and we had to look closely. It's a corner property that actually fronts onto Randolph Avenue as it exists today. When you propose the subdivision lines that we are proposing, you actually transition the front yard to Communipaw. Just that's how it's oriented. That the homes are actually oriented to Communipaw with the fronts all having access onto Communipaw Avenue. We have 3 different types of variances, and I think that's best just to recognize that they're part and parcel of one another with the new subdivision line. First are the dimensions of the properties. We have variances for lot size, lot width, and lot depth. The next would be the coverage variances for building coverage and lot coverage. And the last is a technical variance where we are being conservative. The property does have currently 2 curb cuts, so they don't conform. They're existing curb cuts. As Mr. Cecchini stated earlier, there are no physical improvements being made with this application. It's just a minor subdivision. And that therefore we're calling out with the new lots, we're calling for variances for the existing curb cuts, given that they don't comply with the standards in the zoning ordinance. So what's on the screen right now is the zoning table. It looks intimidating. It is actually a very intricate zoning table because we're showing all of the values, the proposed values for each of these lots. But you can see here, these columns that I'm referencing at the top end of the table, the minimum lot size, lot width, and lot depth. In the R1 district, the minimum requirements is 25,000 square feet. It's traditionally 25 by 100 foot lot. The three lots, proposed lot 5.01, 5.02, 5.03 are all essentially less than that value. They would be argued as undersized lots. So we have, I won't recite all the values. If any of the board members want a specific value of these properties, I'd be happy to go into detail. But essentially, they're all within 3 feet of lot width. The depth is where we're most efficient on, where it ranges from approximately 56 feet to 61 feet in lot depth, or I should say 50 feet to 61 feet, where 100 feet is required. And again, that's the transition going from Randolph Avenue to Communipaw Avenue. So those are the dimensions as they relate to the lot size and width and depth. When we did our analysis, we looked at the block plan. This block actually has smaller lots on it. Many of the lots that front onto Randolph and the side street to the south are also about this size. So on average, when we look to our analysis, they range from about 1,020 square feet to 3,100 square feet, and the average was 1,500 square feet. So again, we're within that range of lot sizes on the overall block. So we're not creating any properties that are substantially undersized when compared to the other existing blocks. And I think that was a critical point we reached. When you look at the coverages, as I mentioned earlier, in the R1 district, you are permitted a building coverage of 60% and a lot coverage of 85%. Currently, the building coverage on this property is 53%, and the lot coverage is 95%. So again, no physical improvements. We're already exceeding the lot coverage, and that's part and parcel of just the existing conditions with the buildings, and also the driveway that comes from the Communipaw and circles around the rear of the property. When you recalculate it based on all these 4 new individual lots, we do need variances. And again, the variances for the building coverage range from 62 to 65%, where 60 is permitted. So the buildings are not that far off from size in terms of footprint. And as I mentioned earlier, when you recalculate the coverages, again, it's almost as if it was a pre-existing non-conforming lot coverage, where the coverages that are proposed range from 88% to 98%. And again, that's just part of the recalculation when you factor in the new lot sizes. As I mentioned, the last element here in terms of the variance relief is the curb cuts. They're existing at 12 feet. You can see here, one's on Randolph Avenue, one's on Communipaw. The driveway circles or traverses the rear of the property and provides access to both Randolph and Communipaw. I'm going to stop my share screen. I know I ran through that quickly, and it is a very intricate zoning table, but we did try to be careful on all the measurements with our survey team. The essence with this application in terms of the positive criteria, what we're looking to do is transition these properties into 2-family homes. At that point, with them being 2-family homes existing on their lots, they're actually able to have a little bit more flexibility in terms of marketing, as well as becoming for sale units, which we think is a benefit to home ownership within the community. We do also believe that we're furthering purposes of the land use law. Again, this board is reviewing this application. We've worked with the Division of City Planning on the numbers. So we think an approval of this application would further the development in New Jersey and guide appropriate use for the property. That also is part and parcel establishing appropriate densities. Again, the density count, the total number of units does not change. So I do think that we're still maintaining that existing density, which is a good an establishment of appropriate population densities in the city. That's purpose E. And then lastly, we did discuss the access for the driveway. Mr. Ceccanini can confirm that at the right point in time, there will be an easement in place should any sale go forward, providing appropriate access across the newly formed lots. So that's the positive criteria. With respect to the negative criteria, there's no physical changes. So there really is no physical impacts to the neighborhood. I don't believe there's any sort of substantial detriment. These really will function as adjacent lot line townhouses, if you will. So there's no substantial impairment there. With respect to the zone plan or zoning ordinance, again, as I started my testimony tonight, we're transitioning from a multifamily use in the R1 to actually two family uses. So that's why we're before this board and not the zoning board of adjustment. I did review this. We actually submitted in 2021 before the master plan, the new master plan was adopted, but I think it still holds true to the current master plan, which does speak to providing a variety of housing types. And this transition will help that aspect of the goals of the master plan. That's really all I had in terms of direct testimony. I'd be happy to answer any questions, and I hope I explained the nature of the variances clearly enough.
Thank you, Mr. Height. Do we have any questions for Mr. Height? Anyone?
Chairman, I have a couple of questions. Council, did I hear you correctly that this was originally approved by the zoning board?
That's correct. The the planner has the original 2004 resolution of approval. It was approved and built as 4 separate two-family houses.
Why was it before the zoning board and not this board?
Because I believe that because we're not looking for a use variance. In fact, we're actually bringing it back to compliance with the R1 zoning ordinances. Essentially what happened is we believe that the tax assessor consolidated the lots, creating essentially a legal 8-family apartment building in R1. We're looking to undo that and go back to its original use as 4 separate two-family houses. So we're not looking, there's no use variance or D variance being requested here. That's why the planning board, it's really a subdivision application, minor.
I understand why it's in front of the planning board now. What I'm trying to understand is why it was in front of the zoning board in 2004. I don't have a copy of the 2004 zoning board resolution. I don't know if you submitted that. I didn't see that.
I believe it's part of our application, but I can certainly email you a copy if you want.
So I guess my question is, it's obviously functioning now as one site. I understand what Mr. Height said about house easements for access. Obviously, lots 5.02 and 5.03 become locked in the back there and can only be accessed by crossing lot 501 and 504. I've got some general concerns about snow removal and the like. It's built the way it's built. Mr. Height can help me out if possible, but it seems like he went from side yards on the ends of the building. Now we've got 0 lot line side yards. I understand that this is all owned by one individual, whether it's an entity, a person, whatever. They're looking to create individual residential units and sell those. And I'm posing this as a question, Mr. Chairman, to you and the board, as well as to the applicant. This could be condominiumized, and the units could become condominium units and sold individually in that manner. How are for snow removal purposes, if lot 5.04 doesn't remove the snow, lot 5.03 can't get to their parking space. If somebody's parked back there, those types of things become potential issues that if there was a master association in charge of the property, you would have somebody to redress that situation with. So, Mr. Height, for you, my question is, are we creating additional variances as these units are now attached, which isn't permitted, right? We've got single or two families on separate lots that are attached. Is that permitted?
Yeah, where you have an existing 0-yard side yard setback, you're allowed to meet that side yard. And you are correct. We're transitioning rear yard to side yard or side yard to rear yard. That's where the variances come up. But that is permissible in the R1 attached two-family housing, the townhouse scenario.
If it exists.
If it exists, and these properties do exist as attached dwelling, there's a demising wall between the units. That's how they were constructed like that. They're not integrated or interlocked in any way.
But the question in that regard is whether they're existing separate lots or whether we're creating them now by the subdivision.
Correct. The yards are being created by the subdivision.
Right.
Now, Mr. Lampy, the applicant, if he does transfer these, I mean, I'm sure that's what he wants to do, is to sell these as individual two-family houses to homeowners. If he does so, he will, as Mr. Height stated, he is going to have a mutual access and maintenance easement affecting these lots, so that there will be an agreement. And this is common in Jersey City and other developments, including where my parents live. You absolutely can have a shared driveway and shared responsibility for taking care of that driveway. And if that needs to be a condition of approval, we can absolutely do that. But he's not going to be able to sell them unless he does that anyway. So that is absolutely the plan.
Without a doubt, I just don't know, right? While it exists, is it preferable versus having a manner in which to have it effectuated, enforced, vis-a-vis, okay, all four of us contribute and have it maintained, plowed, et cetera, et cetera. I'm just putting that out there. From a zoning standpoint, Chairman, that's up to this board whether or not Mr. Height has satisfied the board with respect to the variances being sought. But in the back of my mind, what I was wondering is if it came to be the way it is, because it was merged for that. I don't know. I don't know how it came to be.
Mm-hmm.
I did an Oprah request and I did not find any lot consolidation applications for this property for Jersey City. So
Okay.
the only other way that it could have been consolidated that I know of legally is through Lochner v. Campioli by the tax assessor.
Right.
So again, we are speculating a little bit, but there's really no other way I know of that it could have been done.
But I suspect your client doesn't have four separate deeds.
Right, because that was done before he bought it. He bought it in 2019.
So how did it get into one deed?
So there's a case, again, the only way that I know that it could have gotten, the lot could have gotten consolidated is through the tax. So when a tax assessor, there is a case and subsequent.
I'm familiar, counsel.
Right. So the best guess that we have here is that the tax, because after the original person who built it,
Right.
built them, they probably never changed ownership. So you had four lots next to each other owned by the same person.
Okay.
And under those circumstances, the tax assessor is allowed to consolidate the lots into one single lot.
Right.
So our best guess is that's how we got this way since 2004. But again, I did an Oprah request. I could find no other information about that.
But in your title search, obviously, at some point in time, it went from four separate deeds to one deed, regardless of what the assessor did.
Not if the tax assessor consolidated them, there would not be a deed evidencing that. So there could absolutely be 4 separate deeds today, but it is actually one lot on the tax map.
But if there's 4 separate deeds, there has to be 4 separate lots still under title. That's why I'm asking, if you have 4 separate deeds, that would be prima facie evidence that, right? This was always 4 deeds. Now what we're talking about is just reaffirming and perfecting that. You follow me?
I believe so. I don't have, I mean, I could certainly check the Hudson County website and see what the deeds are. I don't have a title search.
Okay, so you didn't handle the transaction.
Oh, no, I was not involved in the transaction.
Okay. Chairman, this is why you cannot allow me to just go off on these tangents. This is where Chris would shut me up and tell me to move it along.
No, I wouldn't do that because I was totally following what you were saying, and I am a little confused as well. I'm not sure that the testimony by Mr. Height, although very concise, has convinced me exactly of why we need these variances. I sort of generally understand, but maybe Cameron, after we open public and close it, can shed some light on that. Cameron, this is yours, right?
Correct.
Okay. So if there are no further questions, I will open up the public. If there's anyone from the public wanting to speak on case P21-047, 481 to 487 Communipaw Ave. Anyone from the public?
Promoting Michelle, Mayor.
Hello again. If you would just affirm that you are still under oath from before.
Yes.
Thank you.
And you have 3 minutes, Ms. Mayor.
I just had, I basically also wanted to know if the building was rent controlled currently because of the fact that it's more than 5 years.
Ms. Mayor, I'm having problems hearing you. There's music in the background.
I mean, I hear that too, but I have no, don't know. There.
Okay, there we go. Go ahead. That's a lot better.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
I just wanted to know if the units are currently rent controlled, considering they're more than 5 units. And usually anything that's over 5 units and of a certain age, it's rent controlled. And then in addition to that, I was also in favor of the idea of it being converted into condominiums rather than 2-family homes. As far as providing variety for the neighborhood, there's already a lot of 2-family homes, so that argument seems a bit of a wash.
Okay, so as for rent control, there's in New Jersey, there's a 30-year new construction exemption under state law from rent control. So it's my understanding that these units are not rent controlled and they won't be until 30 years is up. And then as far as the condo conversion, I think our argument here is that R1 is a 2-family home district. I mean, that's 1 and 2-family homes is what R1's all about. Right now, it's an 8-unit, legally, it's an 8-unit apartment building. So creating 4 2-family homes, there's a shortage of houses in, right now. So creating 4 2-family homes gives people the opportunity to own 4 houses, basically, as opposed to right now, it's just an apartment building.
Thank you, Ms. Mayor.
Okay. Promoting Christopher Perez.
Hey, good evening, everybody.
Hi, Chris. How you doing?
Good.
Let me just swear you in. Do you swear any testimony you give tonight is going to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
And for the record, could you state and spell your name, please?
Chris Perez, CHRIS PEREZ.
Thank you.
Mr. Perez, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. So Ms. Meyer brought up a point that I was concerned about as well. I am aware that in the state of New Jersey has a law that protects new construction for 30 years from any municipality that has rent control. So one thing to think about is that theoretically this building will fall under rent control in the next 20 years or so. So if you do subdivide it, it would not fall under rent control because it would be less than 5 units. My other concern has to do with what Mr. Alampi suggested about who's going to maintain the paved area in the back. One of the thoughts was, is a homeowners association going to be created possibly? I personally know of circumstances where there are properties with a shared rear yard for parking, and it's been a disaster over the years with getting even an HOA to collect money, to actually engage with a landscaper or snow removal. A friend of mine actually used to rent one of these parking spaces in the back there, who lived on Randolph Avenue. And there was always an issue with some of the tenants kind of making part of the back a backyard and it impeding on her access to actually get out. So I think it does create a number of issues subdividing, and I'm not sure what the remedies would be to reduce and mitigate the potential issues that could arise. And that's pretty much it. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris.
So, Chairman, I do have to say this in response to those comments and in fairness to the applicant. My comments were not meant to infringe upon anybody's rights. The applicant has the right to make the application. This board has the duty to hear the application, consider the evidence, and weigh the evidence. With respect to the concept of rent control, as this board is well aware, and maybe people in the public are not aware, that is not a consideration of this board. This board will not consider that in determining whether or not the variance is sought and the proofs presented satisfy the statutory criteria. My comment with respect to the fact that there are other options cuts both ways. So the applicant could very easily condominiumize this building, creating however many single units there are there, and sell them off. That could happen without the subdivision. They don't need the subdivision in order to do that in theory. So that is what it is. The last comment is the building exists as it's built. The applicant is not altering the building in any manner. So if there are issues with the site, part of the reason I made the comment I made was because perhaps it's something the applicant wanted to consider that maybe they hadn't considered, or maybe they did consider it and took the position of homeowners association or not, condo board or not, who doesn't pay, can't get the contract. The enforcement's always the problem, not, you know, the fact that it's not happening. It's how do we enforce it? And unfortunately, the way to enforce things is you go to court and you get court orders to enforce things when it's disputes between private citizens. Unfortunately, that may mean that somebody got blocked in and they miss a day of work, and that gets resolved, you know, sometime well into the future. And hopefully it rectifies it in the future. But again, I've spoken too much about things that aren't within the jurisdiction of this board. So let's stick to our charge and our duty, and I will try my hardest to do that.
Thank you, Councilor.
Promoted Mary Webb Miller.
I'm Ms. Webb Miller. I just need to swear you in, all right, before.
Yeah,
If you could raise your right hand.
sure.
Do you swear any testimony you give tonight is going to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
And could you state and spell your name for me, please? And give me your address.
Mary, last name Webb, W-E-B-B -M-I-L-L-E-R. My address is 255 Pacific Avenue, Jersey City.
Thank you.
Ms. Webb Miller, you have 3 minutes, okay?
Okay, my concern is that the property in its original beginning was an 8 apartments, and that people that lived there rented apartments that were rent controlled. Now they're moving out based on the fact that they're being sold as two-family homes and being charged market rent. I've listened to a lot of ordinances tonight, but just based on the fact that what has happened to the people that live there, once again, they were built as 8 units and the rent was according to that. And now they're being sold as 2 families, and the people who live there, rent has been raised according to the fact that they now live in a 2-family home and are looking for places to live because it's no longer rent control, but market rent.
Mr. Cecchini, did you want to address that at all?
Well, I guess I'll repeat what Mr. Lampy stated. You know, I mean, first of all, like I said, they're not rent controlled. There's a 30-year exemption to rent control. They won't be rent controlled for a dozen years from now. So that's rent, and on top of that, that's not really a consideration for this board, whether they're rent controlled or not. But they're not. They won't. You know, they're not rent controlled. So no one is losing their rent control status here. If you know, if these buildings were turned into condos, which the applicant could also do without coming to this board, as Mr. Lampy said, I mean, we would have the same sort of concerns. So I really don't know what else to say to that.
But to go back, okay, so to go back to what the attorney said, that was always 8 units, and now you're asking this board to make them 4 separate lots.
I'm usually here asking to make things into 8 units. I mean, we're here trying to bring it closer to conformity. We're trying to make it into 2-family houses, which is what R1 is all about.
Okay, anything else, Ms.
That
Webb?
was my only question. At the end of the day, at the end of the day, it's just the everyday person who loses out.
Well, I don't think it is, man. I think at the end of the day, this is the everyday person actually gains here. There's a shortage of housing. We're asking to create 4 2-family houses here.
Got the $1,000 increase in their rent. Ask the person who got the $1,000 increase in their rent.
These are not rent controlled, ma'am.
All right, we're not going to go back and forth, counsel.
Yep.
Ma'am, do you have any other questions or comments?
Ms. Webb Miller? Okay. All righty. Anybody else from the board? I mean, from the public, I'm sorry. Anyone from the public? No one else? Anyone?
Chair, I would like to make a motion to close the public comment at this time.
We need a second on that. Someone?
Second.
Thank you. Public is now closed. Cameron, your thoughts?
Okay, good evening, everyone. So I half expected this to get muddled like it has, but that's okay because, you know, what else would I have expected? So I want to first add a third condition that the applicant and their attorney put a access easement literature submitted when they submit for final signature plans. I think it would be good to just have that in writing on file prior to sign off on any type of subdivision plats. Is that third condition agreeable, Mr. Cecchini?
Absolutely.
Okay, and
So Cameron, that's going to go, and we didn't get into this, council, but obviously with 4 lots, you're going to do this by a subdivision plat, and you're going to file that subdivision plat in the registrar's office, correct?
Correct.
So that's going to go on the plat. It's going to be meet and bound and described, and then there will also be access, and I think it's got to be access, parking, and maintenance easements across the property. But that'll be a condition of the approval, but that should go right on the subdivision plat as well, no?
I guess so. I would think to propose maybe the easements themselves for approval, but if we can fit them onto the plat, I don't, absolutely.
I'm thinking a deed of easement,
Right.
a written document with the description, but then I'm thinking to delineate it on the plat. Oddly enough, Mr. Height stopped sharing his screen, but I assume that that's going to be converted into the subdivision plan. Mr. Height, your office prepared that document?
Correct.
Yeah, so that would be the subdivision plat itself. So that'll be a condition in the resolution if this board were to act favorably.
We agree to that. We're probably also going to do a party wall maintenance easement as well. These are things I've discussed with my client already. And we're, again, you know, it's a no-brainer to do that here.
Do we have separate roofs? I mean, I hate to keep adding things to the.
Well, they are
questions.
They are separate. So I don't think we need a roof maintenance easement, but I think a party wall and definitely for the parking and the maintenance, I think those are the two that are most important here.
Yeah, again, trying to stay in our lane and what this board's charged with. So Cameron, why don't you talk about the variances and your opinions?
Okay, and then also to further add to the calamity of this, this was actually approved with a subdivision with the exact orientation that's before this board today. And it was voted on and approved over 2 decades ago. So this is deja vu. You know, it brings the site into closer conformance with what we would see in an R1 zone. Plain and simple, you have a D1 variance existing right now, the highest burden of proof, and you're bringing it into C1 bulk variances on the site. It's an odd shaped lot with hardships, which would, you know, necessitate the peculiar driveway orientation. Yeah, I mean, it has a lot of absurd, you know, history to it. And Peter and I put our heads together and we came up with the same conclusion that this was consolidated unbeknownst to the owner years ago. And therein lies the conundrum that we have now. And it's very, you know, that's the conclusion we came to.
So Cameron, let me ask you this question. Is this a reaffirmation of the subdivision from 2004 or?
No, because it was never perfected. It was never perfected. So the applicant did it, got approved, and it was never perfected. And it actually happens a lot. A lot of homeowners do this, and they don't perfect it. So that's why the trail went cold. Nothing, you know, nothing pops up anywhere. So, you know, ultimately though, to boil it down, this makes it cleaner. And yeah, I mean, planning staff recommends approval.
So Chairman, this is where, you know, 20 years later, we get to clean up somebody else's mess. This should never have happened, apparently. Somewhere along the line, the ball got dropped and everybody kept running and playing. And here we are. So that's compelling evidence to me, Cameron.
Yeah, that was wonderfully stated, Cameron. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
That makes a lot of sense. Yeah, we could have started there, actually. But
that would have been my opening, but
okay. Anything else? I heard you, what did you say again? I don't want to speak for you.
Well, that's it. Yeah, the planning department recommends approval.
Okay,
Chair, I'd like to make a motion to approve case P 21-047 as presented to the board together with staff recommendation and additional conditions that was added to staff report.
Second it.
okay, motion made and seconded.
Okay, acting Vice Chair Gangadin.
Aye.
All right, Commissioner Green.
You're muted, Commissioner Green.
Aye.
All right, Commissioner Allen.
Aye.
Commissioner Dr. Desai.
Aye.
And acting Chairman Dr. Gonzalez.
Aye.
Okay, motion carries all in favor with conditions.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chesnini. Oh, and by the way, since I have you here, we've already moved your case, right? 22021.
I did hear that. Thank you very much.
Okay, appreciate that. All right.
See you soon.
See you soon. All right, so next case is where are we? P 21-163. That's preliminary major site plan approval and minor subdivision approval at 150 River Drive.
Okay, promoted Mr. Webster.
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening, Mr. Webster. How are you?
I'm well. Good to see everyone.
Good to see you.
My name is Elnardo Webster. I'm a member of the law firm of Inglesino Webster, Witch, Scholar, and Taylor. We represent the applicant, Newport Associates Development Corporation. I presume the board secretary has gotten a copy of our affidavit of publication, our notice, and the jurisdiction is appropriate.
Thank you, counsel. I am in receipt of the affidavit of publication proof with mailing with respect to case P 21-163 here in the city. All does appear to be in order. We can mark it as A1 for purposes of the record.
Thank you, Mr. Lampe.
Mr. Webster, who's part of your team?
I've got quite a few people this evening. And a little bit of I've got Gabrielle Arganelli from Dresner.
Okay.
I've got Stephen Hill from Hill West, and also Ting from Hill West. I've got Chris Short from Aquatonica, Giovanni Diaz Weintraub from Landscape Architect, and Charles Haight from Dresner.
Okay, the only one I didn't see, I have a Giovanni Diaz, is that
Yes,
possible?
yes.
Okay, we have everybody up.
Okay, great, thank you. Oh, and I'm sorry, and Jody Luciani from my office.
Oh, okay.
I apologize.
Okay, Mr. Webster, so you have a lot of people, so let's get started.
It's a pretty big project and it's got a lot of moving pieces, but everybody's not talking tonight, hopefully, so we can hopefully get it done in a little bit, not as long as it could be. I represent the applicant, Newport Associates Development Company, the developer of the proposed project located on what is now assigned by the tax assessor as 770 Washington Boulevard and designated as block 7302, lots 3.11, 3.16, and 3.05. And hopefully after the subdivision to be 3.05, 3.16, 3.17, 3.18, and 3.19 on the tax map of the city of Jersey City. The property is located within the residential and community commercial districts of the Newport redevelopment area. The portion of this project that is located in the community commercial district is open space, and the remainder of the project is located in the residential district. The project is part of Newport's Northeast Quadrant development. The development of the Northeast Quadrant has had an extensive history, which I will briefly review for the board's benefit before calling our witnesses. In 2010, Newport received preliminary and final major site plan approval for a 2-tower development with 790 units located at Block 20, Lot 3.21, currently lot 3.11. In 2017, Newport then received amended preliminary and final major site plan approval, interim use approval, and an extension of preliminary and final major site plan approval, amending the site plan approval, number one. Number two, extending the 2010 approvals, and three, interim use approval for the northeast portion of the former lot, currently 3.11. Then in 2020, Newport filed an application for amendment to the amended site plan approval to revise the previously approved walkway, hardscape, and landscape improvements of former lot 3.01, current lot 3.11. To complement changes to the amended landscape plan approved for the development of the project on lot 3.09, calendar number P20-001, and to relocate 2 trees to accommodate underground utility installations required for the development of the project on 3.09. The request for amended approval was granted. Shortly thereafter, this board approved preliminary and final major site plan approval for existing lot 3.04, which are currently lots 3.11, 3.12, 3.13, 3.14, 3.15, 3.16, lots 3.11 and 3.12, being part of tonight's application. Newport is here before you this evening seeking a minor subdivision approval for existing lots 3.11 and 3.12 to create new lots 3.17, 3.18, and 3.19, as well as preliminary major site plan approval for a high-rise residential and mixed-use development on parcel 8. The proposed project shall consist of 3 multi-family residential towers, ground level retail, amenity space, and open space. The east tower shall consist of 571 units and approximately 6,800 square feet of retail space. The west tower shall consist of 363 units, and the central tower shall consist of 180 units with approximately 12,500 square feet of retail space and parking facilities. The project will also include 557 off-street parking spaces and a 4-story parking garage, along with bicycle parking. I'm in receipt of a city engineering memo dated May 27, 2022. The JCMUA's memo dated May 12, 2022. We have reviewed the reports, and we've also received we reviewed the reports and comply with comments received. With respect to comment number 5 on the engineering report, the request is to convert 2-way driveway into a 1-way driveway in front of the western tower. We would like to not have this condition imposed upon us and work with the engineering department to install a 2-way driveway that makes most sense from a traffic and safety viewpoint. And since this is a preliminary application, we believe this is an appropriate request. Tonight, in support of the application, I will call upon the following professionals to provide testimony with respect to the specifics of the project and to entertain any questions by the board. My first witness is Gabrielle Garnelli from Dresner Robin. My second witness is Stephen Hill from AIA Hill West. What I'm asking the board to do tonight is something a little bit different. Because the project has actually been designed by 2 architectural firms, and because of the flow of the hearing, I'm asking actually for the board to if possible, and I think it is possible, to qualify Mr. Hill, Mr. Short, and Mr. Diaz all at once as architects, and then they will kind of go back and forth, but always state their name before they speak for the record, if that's allowed. And my last witness tonight will be Mr. Height, who's obviously very familiar with this board, to wrap things up. I think if we do that, we can do a very clean and relatively quick presentation, as this is only a preliminary site plan application. With that, I'd like to call my first witness, which is Gabrielle Gornelli.
Okay, Mr. Webster, I think I'm okay with that as long as our counsel is okay with that and we pass everything through our counsel, because he's a smart guy.
Yeah, I got it.
Okay.
So, Mr. Lampe, what I propose to do is qualify all 3 witnesses, and then I would ask them prior to, they will essentially have a sequential presentation, but there are 2 parts that have to go back and forth. So I just think it makes more sense to do it that way, but I will ask them to state their name before they speak.
That was going to be my only comment, counsel. Obviously, Mike is the best court reporter we have, and we just need to make sure that the witness identifies themselves when we're switching back and forth.
Thank you, Mr. Lampy.
And to that point, by the way, Mr. Webster, if we're gonna be going a little long, we may have to have a break in between. I will let you know, and I'm actually taking my cue from Mike because this may be a little longer and we didn't anticipate that. So Mike, just let me know if there's something you need to.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Yeah, maybe between engineering and architectural or something.
Perfect. Okay.
Thank you, Dr. Gonzalez, Mr. Chairman. I will ask my first witness to be qualified. Ms. Grinelli.
Hi, Gabrielle. I'll swear you in if you can raise your right hand. Do you swear any testimony you give tonight is going to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
And for the record, could you state and spell your name, please?
Sure. My name is Gabrielle Gornelli, Gabrielle. Gornelli, Gorn as in Nancy, Elli.
Thank you.
Ms. Gurnelli, you've spoken in front of us before?
Yes, I have.
You have, and your license is current and active?
Yes, it is.
In good standing. Okay, you are qualified.
Okay, I'm going to share my screen right here. Okay, so can everyone see my screen?
Yes.
Okay, so as was noted, we're here for a preliminary site plan and major subdivision. I'm sorry, preliminary site plan and minor subdivision application. Our site is called Site 8. We are in the Newport redevelopment plan. And what you're seeing on your screen is the cover sheet of the civil plan set. It's sheet G001. I'm going to zoom into the site area. As was noted, the majority of the site is within the residential district of the zone, with a small portion which is open space in the community commercial district. And the zoning in this redevelopment plan is primarily district wide. So what we have on our zoning table is our residential district table and our community commercial district table, and we comply with all of the bulk requirements in the redevelopment plan.
So there are no variances being requested this evening.
That's correct.
Thank you.
I am going to flip to my second slide. This is a new exhibit. This has not been before the board before. It's just an aerial. I don't know if it needs to be marked.
Yes, it should be marked.
Yep.
We'll mark it applicants too, if you can give it a description, and then we'll mark it applicants too.
Sure. This is an aerial photograph of the project site and the general surrounding area. It was taken from the web, and it's I believe it's from summer of 2021. So fairly
Counsel, if
current.
we're gonna go through the entire slide. Let's make the entire slide A2, and then you can submit the entire slide presentation to Cameron. Showing on my screen is as 16 pages. Is that accurate?
I don't believe we're going to show 16 pages. So I'm not sure how you want to go through it.
We'll mark it as A2, all 16 pages, and whichever ones you discuss, you discuss.
Sounds fine. I'm good with that. Thank you.
Okay, so here I have the project site. As mentioned, this is just an aerial. The site is accessed the site is on the northern portion of Jersey City. There's Hoboken to the north and the Hoboken train terminal. The site is accessed via Washington Boulevard, which is located to the to the west. From Washington Boulevard, you currently need to access the site by turning onto Park Lane North, which is a roadway which is owned by an affiliate of the applicant. Come up River Drive, which is also located on a lot owned by the applicant, and then enter the project site from the south. Currently on the site, there is a surface parking lot, which is entered off of that River Drive. And then south of the site is the beach development property, the 4BC development property that I believe was previously discussed, the Newport Green Park. And then to the east of the property is the Hudson River Waterfront Walkway and the Hudson River. I will flip to my next slide, which is the subdivision sheet. So this was previously submitted. As was previously discussed, this application doesn't contain a minor subdivision. There are only two existing lots that are related to the subdivision portion of this application. It's existing lot 3.11 and existing lot 3.12. As was discussed, the proposed lots here are 3.17 and 3.18, which is a proposed separation of 3.11, and then 3.19, which takes the current boundary between existing 3.11 and 3.12, and it just realigns that boundary based on the building footprint, as you'll see as I go through the next slides here. So my next slide, this is part of the civil plan set. This is civil sheet C300. It's the overall site plan. And what I'm going to do is talk generally about what the site is, what we're proposing here. And then I'll go to my next sheet, which is a more zoomed in version of this plan. It'll give you some more information. So as was mentioned, this is the main lot on for this property is 3.11. This is where the buildings are proposed. There are 3 towers. This one here is the western tower, the central tower here, and the eastern tower. The central and the eastern tower are both connected with a 5-story podium below. There's parking on that podium. The western tower is all residential, and the central and the eastern tower have a retail component. All of the towers are along the front property line. There are no setback requirements in the Newport redevelopment plan, and they're approximately 25 feet from the rear property line. The access to the site, we are proposing a new intersection to Washington Boulevard. This is 18th Street. Portions of 18th Street in the center, near the central tower and near the eastern tower have previously been, a portion is built and a portion is currently under construction. And these portions have been before this board and approved. So this application proposes to finish 18th Street up to the Washington Boulevard intersection. And then the project also proposes a secondary entrance into the site, which are typical curb cuts for driveways north of 18th Street. And I'll go over it in the next slide, but primarily this is for loading. There's a loading dock associated with the western tower, a shared loading dock for the central and the eastern one. And this is just to get the loading vehicles off of the main street here to not clog it up. And it's a dedicated access way just for those loading vehicles. I will flip to C301. This is a zoomed in version of the prior slide. So up on the top here, you have just the western portion where it connects to Washington Boulevard. And then on the bottom, you have the rest, which I'll get to. But in general, as discussed, this is the western tower here. The western tower it's approximately 54 feet from the Washington Boulevard property line. It's going to contain 363 units. As was mentioned, this is a fully residential tower. South of that, you have the access from Washington Boulevard. It goes into a turnaround into the surface parking lot for the building and the podium. So you'll have one way in and one way out right here. And then moving to the central tower, the central tower has 180 units and approximately 12,500 square feet of retail right here. And this is that two-way access drive into the parking lot, which goes under the central tower here. And then finally, the eastern tower, which contains 571 units and a retail component on the eastern side, which is connected to some plaza space, which wraps around to the Hudson River Waterfront Walkway connector, which is already built to the south of the site. Also part of the proposed plans, aside from the building, are streetscape improvements. We do have some bicycle racks next to the retail that's in the central tower, and some bicycle racks that are next to the retail in the eastern tower. And there are residential bike racks inside the building, which the architect will speak to. There is a turnaround here, which is near the lobby of the shared lobby of the central and the eastern tower. This will be for typical passenger vehicles as well as a typical delivery truck. We did run turning maneuvers to ensure that these type of vehicles could fit here. And as mentioned previously, those larger vehicles for move-in, move-outs, or any other larger deliveries will go to the loading dock in the back. I'm going to flip. This is our L601 sheet. So this sheet is part of our plan set, the civil plan set, but it is not colored. So the version you have is not colored. We colored it up for this presentation. I will be presenting the street level landscape as part of the civil presentation. There's a separate landscape architect who's going to go over the rooftop. So in general, we do have, the project is proposing 15 street trees along our site frontage on 18th Street, 5 street trees along Washington Boulevard, and an additional 10 trees throughout some islands on the site that are proposed, both near the loading entrance at the intersection of Washington and at the turnaround, and some additional trees along the southern side of 18th Street as we build out that street. We do meet the green area ratio requirements. We are in a flood zone, so we're required to get a green area ratio of 0.25. This is met with a combination of the ground level landscaping as well as the rooftop. We are at 0.26. And there are 2 waivers we are requesting from the forestry standards. I believe these are common waivers. The first waiver is the required street tree spacing of 20 to 30 feet. We are meeting that everywhere with the exception of where we have some driveways. And then the second one is the spacing to a utility pole. The requirement is 15 feet. We are proposing some light poles, which are less than 15 feet, but we believe this waiver is appropriate as it allows for more trees rather than having to eliminate the trees where we need light poles. So that is the landscaping plan. Again, there will be more testimony on the rooftop. I will flip to my sheet C401, which is part of my civil plan set. This is the grading and drainage plan, and I'm also going to speak to other site utilities as well, because they are showing on this plan. So as I mentioned before, we are in a flood zone. The flood elevation of our site is elevation 13 in the datum that our plans are in. Washington Boulevard is around elevation 10 to 11. So we are ramping up from Washington at a slope that's consistent with ADA requirements to get up to the site where we have our first floors at elevation 14.25. All the first floors are more than 1 foot above the flood elevation, which is required. There are some utility rooms in the back of the Eastern Tower, which are lower at 12.75, 12.66. These rooms will be flood proofed in accordance with the building code and with the flood hazard, the New Jersey DEP flood hazard rules. Per the Jersey City Stormwater Ordinance, we are a major development. We meet the applicable requirements of that ordinance. The majority of the stormwater infrastructure that is proposed with this project is some inlets along the new 18th Street and some roof leaders from the building. The drainage infrastructure that exists in 18th Street was built out during the construction of the beach to the south, and any additional main lines will be built out during the current construction of the other parcel to the south. So the majority of the infrastructure proposed is just some connectors from our site into the main infrastructure. The same goes for some water lines and sanitary lines, gas and electric. This project proposes typical connections to existing utility mains that exist within Washington Boulevard, 18th Street. And I believe that, yeah, Washington Boulevard and 18th Street. With the water, we're also proposing a couple fire hydrants along 18th Street as needed. And then I'll flip to my next sheet, which is the lighting plan. It's L701 of the civil plan set. We're proposing lighting along the portion of 18th Street that we're building out. We're proposing building mounted lights along the access drive in the back and along the plaza areas around the retail space. We don't have any dark corners or anything like that. And the light fixture that we're proposing is the typical fixture that's been throughout the Newport area. That concludes my testimony. The rest of the slides I have here are the rest of my plan sheets, their detail sheets and soil erosion sheet. If anyone wants me to flip to any of those specific sheets, I will. But if not, this is where I intended to end my testimony.
Thank you, Ms. Grinelli. I have no further questions for this witness, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Commissioners, any questions for Ms. Gornelli? Any questions?
No.
All right, thank you.
No.
Thank you.
Council, we'll move on, sir.
Thank you. I'm not sure if you want to take that break. I'm going to go to my architect, or you want me to keep going?
I feel like now is probably a good time for me. If,
Okay.
If you guys don't mind, I'd appreciate it.
No, we don't mind at all.
Thank
So
you.
We'll take a 5 to 6 minute break. So 9:12, 9:18. Let's do 9:18.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Okay, we'll call this meeting back to order. And I think we left off, Mr. Webster, Counsel, you were going to call your next witness.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. My next witnesses are witnesses. I'm going to ask Stephen Hill, Giovanni Diaz, and Christopher Short to be qualified as architects and be voir dired.
All right, so I'll swear all three of you gentlemen in at the same time. If you can raise your right hands. Do you swear any testimony you give tonight will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
And then Stephen, Giovanni, and Christopher, could you just state and spell your names for me, please?
My legal name is actually Leo Stephen Hill, Leostephen, last name Hill.
Giovanni Diaz, Giovanni Diaz, Diaz.
Christopher Short, Christopher
Thank you.
Start with Mr. Hill. Mr. Hill, I think you presented in this board to this board before?
I have not presented.
Not, okay, just a quick rundown of your education, please.
Education, I was educated at Pratt Institute in Brooklyn, New York.
Okay, and your license is current and active?
My New Jersey license is current and active, yes.
Perfect. Okay, you are qualified. Mr. Short, we'll go to you. Have you presented to our board before?
I have not.
Okay, just a rundown of your education, please.
Bachelor of Architecture from Penn State University, Master of Architecture from University of Texas at Austin. I am licensed in New Jersey.
And your license is current and active?
Currently active.
Okay, you are qualified as well. And Mr. Diaz?
I have presented to this board before. My license is current and active.
You are qualified as well. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Hill, we're starting with you. I'm not sure who you're going to have share your screen, but you're up.
Yeah, Ting is actually taking care of our screen here tonight. This is
We
the
can
site.
see it, so yeah.
There we go. We're all set.
Yes.
So due to my excellent teammates here, a lot of this information has already been discussed. I'll try to keep my points to a minimum. But this is the site 8 here at the top of the screen, in the top of the screen here, oriented in the east-west basis between 18th Street and Washington Boulevard. Go ahead, Tim.
I'm gonna ask Mr. Hill just to identify this and mark this as exhibit, this whole packet as exhibit A3.
That's fine. This axonometric outlines the project quite well. Starting on the east side, the tower towards the river. This is a tower is 47 stories tall. It's 13 units per floor, 571 units altogether. The top of the mechanical screen here on the east side of the building is 526 feet above sea level. And the base plane outside this building is 13 feet. The center section of the building here, the top of this building is 202 above sea level. It's 10 stories on a 5-story base. It has 180 units in it, about 20 units per floor. Residential units are all shown in yellow here. The commercial on the podium is in green. The parking levels are in gray. I was just keeping up with this key plan on the side here. And we have retail components on the base of the central section and also on the east section. To the west tower is 38 stories, typically 10 units per floor, 363 units in the entire building. The top of the mechanical screen is 444 feet above sea level. And let's see, any other factors here? We have 560 parking spaces and 557 bicycle spaces distributed. Go ahead, Ting. This is a detailed view of the site plan. As mentioned by the engineer earlier, we have a service road along the top of this drawing here that shows trucks coming in and out. And this is going to make deliveries to the site and garbage removal basically hidden from the public. The east building has a drop off here at the intersection of 18th Street. The central building has a driveway coming right through the middle of it. And then the west building has one further to the west over here. We have parking on 4 levels, starting on the ground floor here. So the parking circulation can be kept completely separate from the service drive in the back. And I think that's about it for this slide. Go ahead, Tim. This is one of the typical parking decks in the middle section of the building here, showing how we orchestrated the ramping and the parking. Column space bays are all worked out for 3 cars between each bay. To the west and the east, there are residential units that also happen on this level. This is the upper level of that. There are some double height spaces. This is mostly an amenity here. A commercial space here. May be used as a gym or some other commercial application. This is the amenity deck. That's a landscape terrace. The landscape architect will speak about it more in detail. On this level, we have indoor amenity spaces in the east building over here. Landscape roof deck. There are units that front on this deck to the north, and the units come out towards the street. There's an outdoor swimming pool further to the west, and then the west tower has units also at this level. Okay, go ahead, Tink. Next slide. This is a rendering of the building as we propose it. We've been working with the owner, the LEFREC organization, and also Architectonica on the design of this suite of buildings. Architectonica is responsible for the exterior design of the East Tower, and my firm has been working on the overall concept of the building and the exterior detailing of the central building and also the West Tower. The buildings are orchestrated in the east building is in an east-west pattern to keep the narrow dimension of the building facing east and west to afford views upriver and downriver. The central building has been kept relatively low compared to the others, so the western building will have views to the north and to the south of the east building, and also views of Jersey City and Hoboken to the north. Go ahead, Tim. This is a more technical drawing, just showing the information. It's hard to read at this height, the floor-to-floor dimensions, the detailed elevations I spoke of earlier, but it is here for the record. Go ahead, Tim. Same thing from the north, looking south. Yes.
Hi, Giovanni speaking. Landscape architect. Just want to touch on the landscape roof. It's a dynamic roof garden that we created in coordination with LeFrak and the architects. It is for use by all the residents and is accessible from all the different towers. The rooftop open space, as was indicated earlier, includes a more active zone pool area, and that is adjacent to the western tower. There's a circulation path adjacent to that, also adjacent to a court space below. On the western edge of the rooftop garden is a more passive space, has more of a green open lawn for flexible use. This is adjacent to the eastern tower. Connecting the 2 terminus spaces of the roof garden is a meandering path that has a series of different spaces that range from more intimate use spaces to more gathering spaces. This includes a dog run, lounge area, grilling zones, and also just seating areas. All of the materials that we have proposed for this garden are durable. We're proposing all plants that are suitable for rooftop garden use and adjacent to the Hudson River and for the state of New Jersey, as well as hardscape materials that are systems typically used on rooftops from unit pavements, decking, synthetic turf, and safety surface tiles. The following slide shows some of the plants that are planned to be used in the different garden areas. And following this is sections just showing that relationship at the top where the pool area is adjacent to what is illustrated as a basketball court area. So just a 8 to 10 foot raised rooftop area adjacent to that pool area. And then on the bottom section showing the relationship between that central tower and the garden areas that had the meandering path and more intimate gardens. And again, I think what's important to see here is that, you know, we're developing this garden so that there's sufficient soil and structural space to support a robust planting.
Are you done with your section of the presentation? Then can we just double back for a second so Christopher Short could speak a little about the East Tower?
Thanks, Stephen. Christopher Short of Architectonica. As Stephen mentioned, we're the design architects of the Eastern Tower, and we've been working with Stephen and his team as the architect of record for the project. As presented, I think it's pretty evident the site is quite prominent and really marks the northern entrance into the Newport District and waterfronts. So given this prime location, we want to introduce a design that was simple yet elegant, that could really serve as a cornerstone to the Newport area and also to the northernmost part of the Jersey City waterfront. And what we arrived at was a parallelogram shape where the tower sloped at the top and formally framed around the perimeter. The top slopes from the waterfront back towards the denser parts of the city, and that helps hide all the elevator overruns, mechanical equipment, while creating really a unique identifiable profile on the skyline. In plan, Stephen had mentioned that we do have and the engineer mentioned that we do have a drop off. I just want to point out that the drop off is on our property. And I think in today's world where everything is getting delivered, everyone is taking Ubers, having that drop off on our property is an advantage to the pedestrian realm, where we're not going to have traffic queuing on the street and creating traffic jams since everything is really off the street. So the tower being pushed towards the north is what you're seeing in that plan, and that allows for that drop off at the entrance, allowing for some decent urban planning. You could also see at the bottom of the base that frames part of that tower and angles back following a similar angle to the top of the building. But what we have placed below that are the residential lobby, as well as some of that waterfront retail that was mentioned in the previous testimony. And we've wrapped that part of the base in glazing, allowing for a real tremendous amount of transparency. So the inside bleeds out. It's visible from both the street and the waterfront. And then the hope is that that activity could spill out onto that plaza that was shown in the site plan. Facade, relatively simple in the materiality. It's envisioned to be a unitized glazing system with both vision and spandrel glass, as well as some metal panel details to create some depth and shadow and play on the facade. So ultimately, I think the Eastern Tower is relatively simple and elegant in its form, and the detailing helps anchor and identify really the start of the Newport District. So Stephen, thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I believe that's our architectural presentation for this evening. I don't have any further questions for these witnesses, but they are available for your cross.
Thank you, Council. I will ask the commissioners if they have any questions for either Mr. Hill, Mr. Diaz, or Mr. Short. Anyone?
No.
Okay. Thank you.
My last witness this evening is Charles Height, who's done 17 hearings tonight, so I know you know him.
And
Right.
Charles, if you confirm, sorry, that you're still under oath.
Yes, I do. Thank you.
Thank
And
you.
your license is still active since 5-10 minutes ago, 20?
Still active, and I do appear a lot before this board, but it's at my pleasure. The city is growing, and we do a lot of good work for a lot of property owners, communities, and we do try our best. So we're happily engaged in all the projects that we do work on.
Thank you, Mr. Height.
We're not going to charge for that Dresdner commercial, but that's.
Nice plug.
But, well, he didn't say the firm name, so I just wanted to get it out there in case anybody missed it. Charles, you've got a couple of issues to cover this evening. Why don't you go ahead and address them?
Yeah, and just generally, we have been involved with this application really as a shepherd of applying the zoning. There are several properties we're dealing with the creation of new rights of way or establishing the street grid that the redevelopment plan calls for. So from a general standpoint, we are meeting several levels of redevelopment goals and objectives. This is one of the older redevelopment areas in the city. Before Newport and the LaFrac family started to redevelop the property, there was a lot of industrial rail yards. So it's come a long way. For this specific application, we are at the northern end of the Newport area. There's the majority of the site in the residential district. There's a small triangular portion in the commercial district. There's no building improvements in that portion in the commercial district. So for the most part, we're really looking at the residential district standards. We do just want to reiterate that from a redevelopment standpoint, we're aiming to meet general goals of the redevelopment plan to successfully redevelop the blighted area through the creation of large scale, essentially new physical environment. This is in and of itself, while it's one parcel, a very large scale development. We're dealing with two multi-story high-rise towers with a central multi-story building. It's essentially completing that northern end of the overall area with a new residential block. We are also providing for the function and physical improvement of the area. So we've worked with all the professionals to design the site to reduce the impacts as best to our ability with the circulation, having that on the northern end of the property while creating for that really walkable, inviting, pedestrian-oriented area to the south. Those are some of the major goals, objectives. We're also dealing with several land use goals and objectives. So in the residential district, we're looking to, we're looking to create a series of neighborhoods because of the scale of this. So the magnitude, I think it can be appreciated by the board that this project in and of itself is a community, and we're trying to establish a vibrant community with all the amenities that one would normally expect in that's presented with this board. So we do think we're providing that. We are in proximity to all the light rail and different waterfront features along the Hudson. So in terms of access and location, we believe we're meeting that for all the future residents of this new community. And lastly, we are abiding by the open space requirements in terms of the overall district as well as within this this parcel that's before the board tonight. So that's just some of the flavor of the goals and objectives as I see it. We did look closely at all the requirements. I worked with Ms. Gornelli on the zoning table to understand the FAR requirements, the open space requirements, both from a property and an overall redevelopment area standpoint. And essentially what we've designed is a compliant redevelopment plan, redevelopment project. We are requesting 2 waivers, and I just want to make sure the board's clear. They deal with the forestry standards. So the first one is the minimum distance between tree trunks, where the minimum is required to be 20 to 30 feet at one of the driveway entrances on the south of the property. It's a wider driveway with also 2 pedestrian connection sidewalk, pedestrian aprons for sidewalk crossings. So we're not able to locate a street tree within those access points, and therefore we have a distance greater than 20 or greater than 30 feet. In effort to make up for that, we're locating more street trees along that street frontage, which are in closer proximity of utility poles. So that's actually another variance, another waiver, excuse me, where we're not permitted to locate a street tree within 15 feet of a utility pole or street light. Now, this only occurs in that one section along that driveway. Our thinking, and again, in consultation with the landscape architect on the project, we selected the appropriate street trees that won't interfere or interact with the mature crown, if you will. And again, I've only heard that term. No, the mature size of the tree. But we believe that it's an appropriate location and it won't create any sort of potential hazards with any of the utility network that's there. So I hope I explained those waivers clearly enough. And again, I'd be happy to answer any questions that the board or Mr. Webster you have.
Mr. Height, I have no further questions and just open to the board having any questions.
Commissioners, any questions for Mr. Height?
No.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, that concludes our case in chief. I guess we're ready for any questions from the public.
Thank you, counsel. I'll this time open it up to the public. Anyone here to speak on case P21-163? That is 150 River Drive. If there is anyone from the public that wishes to speak on this case, raise your hand for us, please. Anyone from the public?
Chair, see, there is no one from the public. I move to close the public portion.
Second.
Okay, so moved. And this is Cameron.
Okay, hello again, everyone. All right, so firstly, planning staff agrees with the testimony provided by their professional planner. Yes, we agree the deviations from the forestry standards are de minimis in this case, and the objectives and goals of this application meet the Newport redevelopment plans guidelines here. Yeah, the only thing here that comes as a bit of a surprise to me is that the engineering comment about the two-way in and out driveway, that perplexes me. And I suppose there's no need to add another condition because we already have the condition to meet the engineering comments. We're just going to be looking extra close and have to communicate with engineering again prior to signature plans to understand exactly what it is that tripped them up about that orientation. I mean, I'm not a traffic engineer, but that makes sense to me. Anyway, that aside, yeah, this meets all the objectives and goals of the redevelopment plan. No variances sought, and planning staff recommends approval.
Is it possible, Mr. Black, to get a recommendation to have the ability to work it out with engineering? We feel pretty strongly based upon the design that we can do the one way kind of at the two tips, but in the middle, we need a little bit of back and forth, and we just want to be able to work through that and explain it to them. So is it possible we can get a condition, subject to your approval or subject to the engineering department, so that we don't have to come back if we're able to work out a different path? So just give us a little flexibility with that one issue.
Certainly, but of course, there's always going to be the catch that the director of the department, if this substantially changes the layout of the garage, I mean, there's no way around it. It would have to come back if you do, I'm probably entertaining hypotheticals that don't need to be entertained, but if, for instance, you started to add some type of like elevator system for the cars to rotate, like.
Oh, we're not doing that. This is just an in and out of one driveway. It's not that fancy. I think it's something that would typically be, subject to the Department of Engineering and/or planning. And I think if we could have that as the condition, we'd basically be able to get that done and have no further issues.
Yes, as we've done before, that can certainly be a condition of approval, that the garage element be remedied as per the engineering comment.
Thank you, Mr. Black.
And that concludes staff comments. Planning staff recommends approval.
Thank you, Cameron.
Chair, I'd like to make a motion to approve case P21-163 as presented to the board this evening, together with staff recommendation.
Second it.
Motion made and seconded.
All right, acting vice chair Gangadin.
Aye.
All right, Commissioner Green,
Aye.
Commissioner Allen,
Aye.
Commissioner Dr. Desai,
Aye.
and acting chairman Dr. Gonzalez.
Aye.
All right, motion passes, all in favor with conditions. Now actually, I'm just recalling, can Santo, correct me, we
need a subdivision vote as well.
Yeah, we do. We need a subdivision vote as well. So we'll have to do that with another motion.
Correct.
So we'll need another motion for the minor subdivision.
So the minor subdivision will fall under the same case number?
It's the same case number.
Okay, so I'd like to make a motion to approve case P21-163 under the subdivision section.
Second it.
Motion made and seconded for subdivision.
Okay, acting vice chair Gangadin,
Aye.
Commissioner Green,
Aye.
Commissioner Allen,
Aye.
Commissioner Dr. Desai,
Aye.
and acting chairman Dr. Gonzalez.
Aye. Good luck.
Motion
Thank
carries.
you. Thank you very much. I appreciate your time and energy. Have a good evening.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, council.
Okay. Okay, Tanya, do we have you? This is the fun part of the night. Tanya in? Cameron, have you heard anything?
I haven't heard anything.
Okay. Council, with your permission, we can move this to a date certain. Since it's 9:45 now, we're gonna call our next application.
So carry that to the June 28th meeting.
Okay, do we need a motion on that, sir?
Take a motion and a roll call after we get a second to
Okay.
carry item 17,
16.
16.
Chair, I'd like to make a motion to carry item 16 on the agenda, review and discussion of proposed amendments to the signage regulation in the Journal Square 2060 redevelopment plan to June 28 meeting.
Second it.
Okay, motion made and seconded. We take a roll call.
Okay, acting vice chair Gangadin,
Aye.
Commissioner Green,
Aye.
Commissioner Allen,
Aye.
Commissioner Dr. Desai,
Aye.
acting chairman Dr. Gonzalez.
Aye.
All right, motion carries, all in favor to carry Journal Square signage amendment to June 28th.
Awesome, thank you. Okay, next case and last final case, case P22-016. This is for minor site plan with C variances. Address is 114th Street.
All right, promoting Amy Farrell.
Council, Amy?
Yes,
Yes,
Amy
hi.
it's Amy Santa Maria, not Amy Farrell. We work together.
Okay. Welcome.
Welcome. Thank you. We're so excited that we finally got called. I didn't think it was going to happen. So this is an application for Target Corporation. It's an application for minor site plan with a C variance. We have one witness who is Rich Prokonic, and he is a civil engineer. And essentially, just to give you a quick summary, this is really just an application to expand Target's drive-up stalls to have people be able to place online orders and be able to pick up their orders and not have to enter the store. And that's essentially what the application is. So I think Rich has testified before this panel before, but I'm not sure. Rich?
I have testified in front of this board, but it was as a professional planner. This will be my first time in front of this board as a professional engineer.
So council, let's do some housekeeping. I'm receiving the affidavit of publication, proof of mailing with respect to the application for case P-22-016, 114th Street here in the city. All does appear to be in order. We're going to mark that as A1 for the record. Let's get your expert sworn and qualified, and then council, I think that this is pretty straightforward. It is 11 to 10, so.
All right, Rich, I'll swear you in.
Chairman is very hard fast on his 10 o'clock rule.
I may
All
cut
right.
you off, Amy. I'm kidding.
It's totally fine. I love this
I'm
10
kidding.
o'clock roll.
I'm kidding.
All right. Do you swear any testimony you give tonight is going to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
For the record, could you state and spell your name, please?
Sure. Richard Prokanic, P as in Peter, R-O-C-A-N-I-K.
Thank you.
And Mr. Prokanic, I do recognize you. Like you said, your license is current and active.
Yes, it is in good standing.
Okay, perfect. You are qualified.
Perfect. Thank you. I'm going to share my screen if that's okay with the board. We see my screen any second now.
We see it.
Perfect. So we're here tonight to talk about the expansion of the drive-up program that Target offers its customers. These plans were previously submitted to the board, so I don't believe they need to be marked as an exhibit. I'm going to keep my testimony short and sweet and keep it starting off with the overall site plan. This is the Target located at 114th Street, actually directly across the street from the previous application. So on site, as it currently exists, there are 4 drive-up stalls. And what that is it is a manner in which a customer can drive to the store after doing an online purchase. The customer of the store will bring the product out to the customer's car, load the car, and then the customer can go on their way. So there's currently 4 on site, and we're looking to expand that to 24. So we're going to increase that pickup area to a total of 24. We're going to result in a net loss of 12 parking spaces, where 512 are required. The new proposed will be 644, so we are still adequately parked, even though we are losing a couple of parking spaces. Within this, each of these pickup stalls, there's going to be a sign at the head of each of the stalls. And what that does is it will identify a number 1 through 24, so that when the customer arrives, they open the app, they'll put in the parking space that they're in, number 1 through number 24, and the employee will know where to bring that merchandise to. The employee will gain access to this delivery area through a crosswalk. We're proposing 2 stop bars and stop signs to limit traffic for that employee to deliver deliver the product to the customer. There are no cart corral locations. We're maintaining drive aisles and parking spaces. Pretty straightforward. We are proposing 2 beacon signs at either end, and they're about 12 feet tall with a solar panel, and there'll be a internally illuminated red light that will help signify where the customers should drive to within the parking lot to pick up their products. In addition, we are proposing 2 additional pole mounted lights. There'll be dual fixtures. We are requesting a variance for maximum foot candles in this area. Normally, when we do this calculation on an entirety of a site plan, we'll look at the entire lot. For this application, we're only looking at the portion of the parking lot that we are proposing the drive up. So if we did take into account the dissipation of light throughout the parking lot and the overall parking lot, I'm fairly confident that we would not be exceeding that maximum threshold. But for purposes of this application, we've limited our study to a smaller area and out of an abundance of caution, asking for a variance for that. The reason for this increased security lighting is to provide a safe passageway for the employee to leave the store and then deliver that product to the customer and be able to make it back safely into the building. As I mentioned, there were a couple of signs. We're looking at the details now. The post and panel signs that will be at the head of each parking space. As I previously mentioned, 1, 2, all the way to 24. It just says drive up. They're 6 feet tall, 2.5 feet wide. And it's just to help indicate where the customer is within the parking lot for the employee. The drive-up beacons that kind of bookend the pickup spaces are 12 feet with another 18 inches for the solar panel. It is solar powered and internally lit. It will be on the same timer as the other site lighting. So once those site lights go off, so will this sign. A couple other details, but for the most part, that's really what we're proposing here tonight. I don't want to labor on any specific point unless the board has some questions. I'm happy to answer.
Thank you, Mr. Brokanic. Any questions for Mr. Brokanic from the commissioners? Anyone?
No.
I have one.
Yes, please.
Yes, good evening. Does the solar panels rotate or they're fixed?
They're fixed.
Okay. All right. I mean, it's a great idea. Thank you.
Anyone else? Okay, Ms. Santa Maria, counsel.
That's the only testimony that I wanted to introduce. So that concludes our presentation.
Thank you. At this time, I'll open it up to the public. If there's anyone here from the public who wants to speak on case P22-016, this is address is 114th Street. Raise your hand, please. Mr. Brokanic, can you stop sharing your screen if you can?
Of course.
Thank you. Anyone from the public? Anyone?
Chair, seeing no more public, I would like to move to close the public portion.
Second.
Okay, public is closed. We have, who's this? Cameron or Timothy?
Tim.
Tim.
This project very straightforward. The variance requested is very minor, given target's proximity to other residential locations within the Newport redevelopment plan. Also that the increase in foot candles will also provide safety for not only the employees, but other people walking in the area. Planning is in full approval of this application as presented, and we can put it to a vote.
Thank you, Timothy. I'll entertain a motion.
Chair, I'd like to make a motion to approve case P22-016 as presented to the board this evening for approval.
Second.
Acting Vice Chair Commissioner Ganga.
Aye.
Commissioner Dr. Desai.
Aye.
Commissioner Allen.
Aye.
Commissioner Green.
Aye.
And Acting Chair Dr. Gonzalez.
Aye.
All in favor, motion passes.
Okay, thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Have a good night.
You too.
All right, guys. Commissioner Ganget, and we.
Aren't you gonna help me with
I hope you took some
18?
water and
There's
you
so
are-
many.
I think I have 17.
18.
18.
A record.
Yeah, it is a record.
Sit
Sorry.
down, guys. Relax. I'll entertain a motion to memorialize.
Chair, I would like to make a motion to memorialize the following resolution. There's 18 resolutions, which the chair will be helping me with as well.
Yes.
Okay. Applicant 35 College LLC for preliminary and final major site plan approval with C deviations, 35 Cottage Street, Jersey City, New Jersey, block 7903, lots 17, 18, and 19. That is case number P2-029. Second resolution, applicant Hamid Hassan for preliminary and final major site plan approval with C variance. Address is 119 Merritt Street, Jersey City, New Jersey, block 30202, lot 1, case P21-053. Third resolution, applicant Garden Greens LLC for conditional use approval, class 5 cannabis dispensary located at 190 Newark Avenue, block 11401, lots 3, case number P22-037. Resolution number 4, case number P19-194 for preliminary and final major site plan with C variance. Applicant DJ Power LLC, address is 632 Grand Street, Jersey City, New Jersey, block 15403, lot 12, 13, and 14. Resolution number 5, applicant 244 Clinton Investment LLC for site plan amendments approval, 246 Clinton Avenue, Jersey City, New Jersey, 07305, block 18302, lot 51.02. That case number is P22-002. The sixth resolution, 335 Palisade Avenue LLC, applicant case 21-143, decided May 24, 2002, memorialized June 14, 2022. Application for minor sites approval with bulk variance. Number 7, applicant PH Urban Renewal LLC for a minor site plan with C deviation approval. Address is 25 Christopher Columbus Drive, Jersey City, New Jersey, block 13102, lot 1.03, case number is P21162. Number 8, applicant is 32-34 Cottage LLC for interim use approval, 32-34 Cottage Street, Jersey City, New Jersey, block 792, lots 46 and 47. That is case number P22-003. Applicant number 9, applicant 651 Tennessee Avenue LLC for a preliminary and final site major site plan approval, block 1901, lots 1-119, block 1101, lots 1-19, Jersey City, New Jersey. That case is P22006. Number 10, resolution of the Planning Board of the City of Jersey City for approval and recommendation of amendments to the mixed-use E-zone of the Morris Canal redevelopment plan. Number 11, resolution of the Planning Board of the City of Jersey City for approval and recommendation of amendments to the Morris Canal redevelopment plan, case numbers P22-012. And Chair, you're going to take over from number 12.
Sure. 12, in the matter of Medusa NJ LLC approving conditional use to operate a class 5 cannabis retailer establishment with consumption area 759-789 Bergen Avenue, also known as 759A, Bergen Avenue, block number do I have, hold on. (1409), lot number 21, case number is P22-035. Number 13, in the matter of TBG 431 MLK LLC, application number P22-067, decided May 24th, 2022, memorialized June 14th, 2022. Application for extension of minor subdivision, preliminary and final major site plan, bulk variance, deviation and design, waiver, exception, approval. Number 14, in the matter of WR Wellness LLC for approval of conditional use, Class 5 cannabis retailer application, 150 Bay Street, Block 11509, Lots 2, case number P22-073. Case number number 15, applicant is Pacific Witten LLC for final site plan approval, amendment 328 Pacific Avenue, formerly known as 326 Pacific Avenue and 297 Witten Street, Jersey City, New Jersey. Number 16, applicant DHA Mallory LLC for preliminary and final major site plan approval. Property address is 70 Mallory Avenue, Block 21801, Lot 2, case number P21-119. Number 17 is applicant DHA Mallory LLC for preliminary and final major site plan approval. Property at 212-230 Culver Avenue, Block 21701, lots 18 and 19, case number P21-120. And Commissioner Gangan, and I don't have the 18th one. That'll be the
Okay.
next.
So 18, resolution of the planning board of resolution of the planning board of the city of Jersey City and recommendation of amendments to the Hamilton Square redevelopment plan, case number P22-046.
Can I get a second on that?
Oh, second.
Woo! All right.
I don't remember we having so many resolutions.
I don't either.
Since I've been on the board, I don't think we have ever had 18 consecutively like that.
All right, we'll take, yeah, it was crazy. It's a lot, but you did fantastic like you always do. We'll take a roll call.
Okay. Acting Vice Chair Gangadin.
Aye.
Commissioner Allen.
Aye.
Commissioner Dr. Desai.
Aye.
Commissioner Green.
Aye.
And Acting Chairman Dr. Gonzalez.
Aye. And Cameron, I see an
I just noticed that too.
series.
I'm confused. All right, let's promote him. It could be maybe Gary Grant for 6.
Oh.
Maybe. I'm gonna promote.
Hi, I'm sorry.
Evening, council.
Good evening, council. Did you, as you're reading through it, I didn't hear it. I could have totally missed it. Did you approve the resolution for P22-035? That's Medusa / Med USA NJLC.
Yes.
Okay, I am sorry. I just happened to miss it then as you're reading through them.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Do we need any sessions?
You do not,
No.
unless you guys do.
No, but I want to thank all of you for showing up, because if one of you had not been here, we would've-
Actually, I wasn't planning on attending.
Well,
I was-
Commissioner Gangan, thank you so much.
I was pulled in the last minute.
Yeah, and if we would not have had this, we would have all had a really nice evening, but I'm glad that we got through this because, we helped a lot of people get through with this, so.
Yeah.
And I wanted to get you out of here earlier, I'm sorry, but.
No, actually, we did good timing for all that on the agenda tonight. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, everybody.
Seriously, thank you
So
guys.
I'll see
Chris
you
is
guys
gonna
back.
watch
I'll see you
this.
guys
He's
in
gonna hear
July.
those comments.
That's why I
Good thing
didn't
we
say
saved them
anything.
till the end.
All right, guys, thank you very much for coming.
Yeah,
Thanks,
thank
everybody.
you. I'll see you guys back in July.
Good night.
Good.
See you on the
Enjoy.
28th.
Huh?